truck running. My name is Brandon Darlin. This is my truck running. I'm in Iowa at CRST training, orientation. I passed everything. I bought this truck right here, this white truck. I may come under some type of harassment on this job, trying my best to make a living. People don't like my book, and I'm trying to look at this truck. So here it is here. Everything looks good, past DOT inspection. And this is the side. Yeah. Right now, I'm at CRST Malone in Iowa, in Eldridge, Iowa. I've been here since last week, Sunday. Today is February 14th of 2013. I'm very afraid because I feel that once again I have investigators watching me. They have a guy named Darius, a black guy. He's been cool, but he basically was saying that due to the content of my album and stuff, I basically put myself in a hole, and I put my personal information out there, which there's no personal information. I don't sell drugs. I just made an album and put songs for everybody, from the lowest person on the totem pole to people with relationships and so forth like that. But the persona is that I'm a drug dealer, and people want to believe it. So at this point, I can't refute that. He mentioned to me that my network is my net worth, which is true. Basically, if I don't keep in cahoots with these people here at this company, and in particular people that they've already arranged for me to be around, then I'm more likely going to fail at this. I just had another gentleman. He looks like he's actually a patrolman or a DOT officer from Missouri. He basically told me just now, suggested I get a legal plan. Now, I don't know why he would want to suggest that to me up front on the day that I'm supposed to depart. But this is what he just did, and I'm only going to try and do this business so that I can take care of my family, more than likely save some money and vacate the country, because maybe I've upset a lot of people who are complete patriots, and basically patriotism sometimes it falls into racism, because if you're not willing to totally succumb to the white ideal or try and be them, then you don't want to be here. And another gentleman that's there named Michael, he said the same thing to me earlier today. Yesterday he made a statement. He doesn't like towel heads. And then also today now, I spoke to him about it yesterday in the truck. And he went ahead and said to me, hey, well, I don't mean anything about it. It's just the inconsiderate stuff. Well, he didn't say he doesn't like inconsiderate people. He says that he doesn't like towel heads. And I explained to him yesterday, I am a quote-unquote towel head. I told him everyone's not like that. This morning when I came in, we spoke, and I told him, in many different countries, there's people coming from different countries, Iraq and so forth. They have propaganda against America there. And then when Americans are here, we have propaganda against them here. So it's not that we all hate each other or anything like that, but it's just the fact that it's propaganda. So he didn't want to hear that. He said he's been the American, he has tattoos, and he's been a cowboy or a redneck and all his time, and it's done well for him. And he's always come under some form of discrimination, but as far as I'm concerned, being black in America is worse than being a redneck American badass. So he may not want to agree with that, and that's fine. But I'm not here to argue with him about that. I'm making this video because I'm very afraid of getting in this truck now. Here at CRST, my number is going to be M4635. Just put the stickers on out here in the cold. And I'm ready to go. I believe that I'm going to be starting to be harassed at the scales. Most of these trucking companies here in America, what they've done, they basically lowered me down to doing flatbed because they don't trust me with a box trailer. And by lowering me down to being a flatbed driver, I have to get pulled over at the scales. I wanted to get a Qualcomm. It's a Qualcomm. It's not for owner operators. And when I even tried to kind of push for it, they kind of suggested, hey, no. So they want me to run paper logs in order for me to be in a position where I more than likely will get pulled over. And if I get any violation from the logbook, then they can get rid of me. So they're trying to give me enough rope to hang myself at this point. This is the truck I purchased from Logan's in Council Bluff, Iowa. I believe it was a setup for me to purchase it. I was going to get a better truck in Kentucky or, a similar one. And it was purple, or pink. And the guy basically told me after I told the recruiter for this company about the truck I was going to purchase and the guy's dealership location. As soon as I said that, all of a sudden, the truck had all these problems, and then this truck came available with the same look, in the back, same nice tires and nice everything in the rear, but it was all the way in the corporate office in Nebraska by Warner Enterprises, which is the town outside of Council Bluff, Iowa. So this whole issue seems like a setup to me. I mentioned a few things in my truck the other day, and then when I came back the next day, there was some reactions to things I said in the truck. So more than likely, this dude Lane that I met here, who actually helped me with the truck, even though I think he could have found a way to pull something because he knows the diesels, and then put it back together so that it will start and then make it look like, he helped me when he knew what he was doing on purpose, just to get into my life, get into my business, and feed me along the way because I'm poor, to kind of get an idea of what I'm doing now. Here, the lines look good. Everything looks good under here. The frame rails look good. The tires are good. I didn't realize there were recaps until today. As you can see, the recap line right there. So I'm going to need new tires as soon as possible. The truck needs a clutch adjustment and front tires. So at this point, I'm going to start embarking off on this trucking journey. I know that these people don't want me to drive trucks here in America because of my album, because of the content of the book that I wrote. And I'm at the point right now where, even though I understand that, I have to make an investment in some sort of business. My CDL is also a business license. I purchased this truck for $9,500. My wife loaned me, and the rest of the money I have from working at Warner Enterprises last year. And I'm signing on with CRST to do flatbedding. Hopefully it works out for me. If anything happens to me, this is a recording of the fact that these people on the DOT, at the scales, all around the country, they know where I am. They use the Greyhound system to track where you're going. They knew I was on my way up here by use of Greyhound. And, we'll see what happens from here. This is Brandon Darling. I'm more than likely going to try and get the OIDA policy, join OIDA, get the OIDA policy to cover myself legally. And if there's any issues here with regards to me getting pulled over and harassed or things being planted on me, which is one of my biggest concerns, then at least this is a formal record, because when I worked for Warner Enterprises last year, they planted a cocaine spoon in my truck because I had choline bitartrate on me, which is basically something that I didn't understand was an actual stimulant. And they basically harassed me, so they had reason, but I was not going to take the whole thing. I mean, it's just like buying a coffee. I just take a little vitamin a day, but I'm not supposed to have the power and the self-control to take something in its appropriate doses. Yet I can go to Pepsi or Monster drinks or Rockstar drinks and drink 10 of those, which is packed with the same stuff or worse. So this is the bigotry here. If you're not spending the money and supporting big business here, then or you know how to self-help or you know how to self-heal, then you are a problem. And I'm at the point right now where I'm going to be heading back in, and I just pray that everything goes well. I'll try and make a new plan to save my money and vacate the country and move someplace else, and that's my plan right now. Thank everybody for their time. Hopefully this is a recording that can go to an attorney. You all have a good day. Bye. Today is Saturday, February 15th. Yesterday I did a video. Last night, I was told to come pick up a trailer. They were sending me yesterday all the way to Alabama yesterday to go get the trailer. I had no problem with that, right? But what it looked like is, when I went to the TA the other day, the guy said he passed my inspection and I didn't deserve to pass because my brakes are good, but because the truck's been sitting for a while, one of my front brake pads on my stairs is slightly separated from the back end of it. But it's not a big problem as long as I don't brake hard or whatever. So I need my first load to get paid. I was gonna take that money, do the drop, go to the next TA and get the brakes done. I should make about $500 to $800 on the drop, plus the $500 to $600 that they gave me by being here. Now I realized something the other day when I told you the guy, Lane, he's a good guy as far as I'm concerned. He was here to vouch for my character. But when you look at the whole circumstance, he looked like he knew something to do under the hood for the truck not to start, aside from it was gelled up, the fuel being gelled up. If the fuel was gelled up, I'm not discrediting that. He still taught me how to fix it, what to put in the fuel tanks in order to get the gel out. If I would have driven all the way to Alabama and they set me up on a DOT stop only with the tractor, I might only get a certain amount of what's called CSA points. So what they want to do is they want to make sure I get a trailer too here, right? So that they can definitely go ahead and more than likely make me rack up points on the tractor and the trailer. So this is the trailer they gave me. They told me pick it up from Cedar Rapids last night. I picked the trailer up from Cedar Rapids. Look at all of that snow on the trailer. The other guy who got his trailer, the trailer was clean, no snow. He ready for work. He could pick up a load yesterday, because he had all his stuff even on the back binder here. All his stuff was on that bulkhead. All he had to do was go pick up a load, strap it down, and more than likely drop it off today, then take his break, and he would have been in there. I just bought some lithium grease and sprayed down all the ratchets. The problem I have with the trailer right now, everything looks good on it, except for now there's cracks in this tire right here. Look at these deep sidewall cracks in this tire right here. You got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39. You got 40 cracks in the sidewall. Now they're not deep, so it should be okay, but that has to be reported. Now, if I get pulled over by DOT, they still might give me tickets for that because of the amount of them. Got 40 cuts in there. Now, the last driver probably grazed the sidewall while driving. But, hey, just went over here earlier today, opened up this compartment, and I put in all my lumbers. I put in the rubbers that was there already. I got them down at the bottom as a basin so that if it rains or water collects, it doesn't damage my material. There's some soft protectors that were in here before on one dirty ass fucking strap. So at this point, I'm honestly ready for a load tomorrow. But I'm gonna explain something. Why they gave me this trailer. If I went down to Alabama and got there and everything was good with the trailer, it would have been melted off. They would have to pay me money from here to Alabama in fuel and put that shit on my card and gas me all the way down there. Well, no company wants to do something like that, send somebody cross country on their dollar, so I appreciate that. You know what I mean? I understand what they're doing. Anyway, to give me this trailer, this is all thick ice right here. This is about almost an inch thick of solid ice. Okay? With this ice on this trailer, I can't pick up a load because if I try to strap anything to this trailer, it's not going to be level, and then I'm going to end up dropping the load and losing my job. And this is why I think that they told me to come pick this trailer up. So not only do I have thick ice, now the ice gets thicker. Here it's about 1/4 inch, here it's about 1/4 inch, and until you get all the way up here to the side of the trailer, it turns into straight 1/2 inch thick ice. This is about 1 inch thick ice. Look at that. It's about 1 inch of straight thick ice. Why would they give somebody a trailer like this if they want them to work? Why did they give me this trailer? Look at this ice. I tried to even break it. Couldn't even break it. I can't strap nothing to this unless somebody tells me that that's okay. So I'm over here. I don't have a shovel. I don't have anything. Once again, this is the trailer full of ice, Seems as though they're trying to put me in the most debt that they can as possible and keep me from going anywhere. So that they can gauge my income. And as I mentioned before, if I didn't get on the other video, this ice right here on the edge, I need to strap my load here. This ice is on here. So I don't know what to do, but the problem is not there. The problem is here. This is where the load sits here. If there's ice here and it starts to melt, then it might cause a problem with me being able to strap the load securely. And if it falls off the trailer, it's my fault. Look at this thick snow. I gotta clean off this trailer. That snow. The only reason I'm talking about it is because they were able to get the other guy a trailer that was clean and operable, and this is what they give me. So they say, oh, we're doing you a favor, we care, we're trying to help you here, we care. That's how white people are. They say they care. But then when they get their money, they get you under contract, then they treat a nigga like shit, make you have to still go out here and do shit like this, and then they justify it, you know. Well, if you had your own trailer, you'd have to do the same thing. I don't know what the problem is. Well, the problem is, if I had my own flatbed trailer, I wouldn't be dumb enough to start a fucking shit outside. I would have enough money before I did flatbed to store my flatbed inside. See how that guy's flatbed is clean? It's been snowing. Why didn't they give me a clean trailer? Well, they couldn't locate one. The reality is that I got my own truck. I got my own truck, so they still got leases to pay on the trucks that they still giving out. So they would rather have someone else cover that lease payment after they refi them, and they're gonna put them to work and have me sit down. Because the longer I sit, I still gotta pay the trailer rental fee. The longer I sit here to fix this trailer, I'm gonna have another fee. Now I didn't stay in Cedar Rapids yesterday. I spoke to my fleet manager and I asked him, I said, where's the next load gonna come out of? He said, it can come out anywhere, duh. It's always freight anywhere. I'm trying to ask him what the best thing is. So I was gonna stay in Cedar Rapids last night, and God forbid anything happened, they had a shop, I could have just put it in the shop over there. The reason I didn't do that though was because the fleet manager said 9 times out of 10 the freight that I'm gonna pull is gonna come from Davenport, Iowa, which is where I drove from, which is right down here, about 10 to 14 miles from Eldridge, where the office that I did orientation was at. So at this point, I came back this way because across there is the biggest truck stop in America, here on I-80. So I came here to this truck stop. God forbid anything did happen, I can still get work done, like this tires that I saw, and only be 14 miles away from the load, so I can get the heck out of Iowa. This is all the ice and stuff that they live with, and I'm trying to get as far away from it as possible, because 2 inches of snow fell in Georgia, Tennessee, Alabama, and the south. At the end of the day, the sun will melt that in probably about a day or two. So you can see up here in Iowa, the sun don't seem like it shine in Iowa in the summer. So I'm gonna continue cleaning this off with my boot here. Take some photos of those tires, forward them over to maintenance, contact maintenance, and see if they will give me a professional courtesy of washing this trailer so that I can get a load done. I have no ice on the trailer, and I'm not over here slipping on ice. I almost slipped twice already. The biggest problem is this 5 to 7 foot here, or 5 feet here. This is where the load goes, and if it's corroded with ice, I don't think I'm going to be able to load safely. See how this is uneven? And this is within the 5. This is about a ½ inch of ice. So let them pay for somebody to take this off. This is Brandon Darling signing off. I'm trying to get my life back on point with a job, and I gotta be a grease dirt monkey to get it. Love y'all, peace. All right, fella. All right, people. Same day, different shit. Just checked out the book. The handbook says that you're responsible for inspections on the trailers. It says that every trailer needs to be inspected, have inspection sticker, right? This is the inspection sticker. They make sure give me a trailer with an expired inspection also. July 2013, and the inspections need to get done every 6 months. So this inspection expired last month, and they still issued me the trailer. I am so happy in the world today that there is video cameras on your phone to catch the corporations that do this. Why would they issue me an uninspected trailer? And then it says that if it's uninspected, the contractor is responsible for the cost of the first inspection, like it's my shit. So now I gotta go pay for this inspection so they can deduct it from what money they're supposed to give me, so that they don't give me nothing, but then they get me working to make them a profit. And this is why I wrote my book. Because these people say they want to hire you, they want to do right, they're not trying to do nothing wrong, they just care about people, they want to provide jobs, and in the end it's all about manipulating you to cover their costs and manipulating you to create production. Look at this inspection, FMCSA annual inspection label, and it's supposed to be for 6 months, and it's only and 6 months is over. So I'm going to call maintenance and ask them if it lasts for 1 year, because it should last until July of 2014 if it is a 1 year label. Remember that trailer I just showed you that was right here, parked right there? And I said, look at how that bed look clean and all that stuff. He came in, he backed in right here. Well, you can watch me. This is what these people be doing to me. Came in here, he backed in. He went behind the bunk, then he sat there for about 15 to 20 minutes, not doing nothing. He didn't get out to take a shit. He didn't get out to do nothing. If he needed to just do a simple paperwork add-on or something like that, he could have pulled around to the fuel aisle, stopped, did it, and pulled off. He made sure he backed in. He parked where he's visible to me. He stares at me for a fucking few minutes to watch what I'm doing. He watched me filming. He watched me taking photos of the trailer. He's watching me film a video. And then he takes off. This is what I've been going through for the past few years, while I wrote my lyrics the way I wrote them. Because these people keep harassing me. Now he's going to go and tell somebody that he saw me on the back of the trailer cleaning off the snow on my foot and filming videos. This is what these people do. They keep sending spies. Then when I get upset now, I'm insane because they got more money than me, so it's okay. I can't do nothing else to this trailer other than have somebody wash it and get this ice off. So I'm going to go right now and I'm going to get myself a photo of this tire, and I'm going to start making phone calls to this maintenance department to see what they're going to do about this trailer. Today is Sunday, February 16th, 2014. I showed the cuts in the tire, and I want to explain something about me and why I'm going through what I'm going through, and why I think the way I think, and why I move the way I move. Last week, a dude named Lane Vandervar, or something like that, Vander something, he said he was going to help me to get an inspection done on my truck, and that I should go back to the class and all of this type of stuff, and he would drive the truck back to me and so forth. Nobody knows what Lane did. He could have made copies of my key and gave it to somebody. He could have did a lot of things. First thing he says when he gets back there was, "Oh, I didn't go through your stuff." Well, you don't have to go through my stuff. All you have to do is cut a key and give it to the company. So I have to rekey my locks, rekey my ignition, rekey my door panels, or shave them and put in something else like a smooth face access panel, which is what I might do anyway. But the reason I mention it is because he came back with a passing inspection on a fucking truck that didn't pass, and even though it looks like he's helping me, this is not a car. This is a commercial vehicle. Okay, if somebody passes a car on inspection and it's not a true passing, and it's a car, that's your personal liability. If someone passes your truck and it doesn't pass inspection, you have a new problem, because when you get pulled over by DOT and they do an inspection on your truck, even though you have a passing sticker, you still have work to be done. Now, how can I be passing an inspection last week, and if I get pulled over by DOT tomorrow and they inspect my truck and they see I have bad steer tire brakes, I get automatic write-ups. That might kill my CSA score personally. That's going to make the company look bad, but it's not even just about that. It's about fines. And if you get a certain amount of tickets, you get fired from this company. So when I look at the fact that they passed me on an inspection when they shouldn't have, the guy comes back to the class, oh man, listen man, you didn't really pass the inspection, man. You need steer tires, and you might need a clutch adjustment, and you might need something like a little grommet to actuate your fifth wheel. So I appreciated it. The guy Lane helped me. He allegedly came out of pocket, but the way I see it, he's working with them to drain my pocket, because 2 of the batteries that I just gave away looked good. 1 was bad, and it could have been that they were drained. And I'm not an idiot. If a battery goes bad, you can take the battery, bring it someplace. Once it warms up, then they can recharge it. So I really didn't have to buy 3 batteries, but he's working with the corporation in order to drain me so that the corporation doesn't get to pay me any real cash money, and all the money that I actually get, I must go and earn it. Nothing comes to me from the company by showing up. And that's not what the lady told me. She said I get $500 for coming here for orientation, and then I get another 59 cents a mile for the amount of miles that it took me to come from Atlanta to Eldridge, Iowa. And at this point now, you see, they'll dangle this money in your face, but they're not going to give it to you. And then in the end, they'll only like pacify you like a whore. Oh, what you need this? Okay, they'll give it to you. And then they'll get people to come around, lie to you about what you really need, possibly screw your stuff up, and then in the end say, hey, you need this type of work done, right? Now they're paying into this company, or they're paying themselves. It's their write-off, and they're really just shifting their own money around instead of giving me any money. Now I need money to eat. I need money for these breaks. And she's basically telling me last week, oh, you'll have $600 coming to you, don't worry. But by him lying to me about 2 of the batteries, and instead of me bringing them in for servicing, which people rebuild batteries and all that type of stuff, okay, that cost me $285. The truck gelled up last week with some unprecedented low temperatures since I got here, -12, -35, with this Arctic blast coming from the HARP system. I don't know if it's intentional for me. I'm not going to get that pompous that the people will send storms to thwart my success. What I can say, though, is that the gelling up of the truck costs me more money, and it's more as if these people want to see if I have money or I don't have money. I negotiated $500 less on this truck, or $1,000 less on this truck. I negotiated $500 from $11,000. When I came up here, I predicted, if I don't have $500 cushion in my bank account, I'm not going to be able to get this done. I asked the guy Les Love, which doesn't even sound like a real name, because his name is not even Lester, okay, but his name is Les Love. These code names, okay, and he sells me the truck for $10,000. That gave me the cushion. I put $300 of that money into the truck just in fuel, just to get here and to have enough fuel so that I can get to my first load, and I'll always be at a half a tank, so that when I get my fuel surcharges, I'm never on empty. But what they're doing, because I mentioned that in the class, they're breaking my pocket. They're putting me in positions where I gotta spend every penny that I have, or still turn to them, beg them for the money that they're not gonna give me anyway, have them cover things without giving me the cash myself. Because now, all of a sudden, since I get here, the recruiter, Miss NJ, Norma Jean, tells me, well, I can't give you any money until you book your first load. So that means that until I book my first load, you're not going to give me anything. But until then, you're going to continue to put me in a position where I'm idling the truck all night. That costs money. I spent about $160. No, I spent $80 out of pocket extra. So $300 in fuel to get here, plus $80 in fuel the other day to idle the truck for 2 days by myself. And then they just sent me to Cedar Rapids, Iowa to get this iced out trailer. that they covered the $150 in fuel. Okay, so what I'm saying though is if they're willing to do faulty inspections on my shit to get me out there and exposed to get CSA points and tickets and write-ups, how can I truly trust the inspection on their trailer, which has a tire with 40 slices in it, which I did on the previous video, and I can still run out there because it's not going to cost me anything to look at. Now I show up, I called the maintenance yesterday. The maintenance guy said it. Oh, don't worry about it. You know what I'm saying? Just show up tomorrow at the TA, tell them what's going on. They'll do another inspection because my computer is reading two different things. He said my computer is saying that an inspection was done on the 16th, but then I can't even verify that because on another part where it should be verified, it's blank. So bring it in there for PM anyway. And I said to him, I said, well, sir, if that's what you really and truly want me to do I have to call you back to get a number or something to pay for the service? He said, no, you don't. Just show up there. We have an account. Tell them you're with CRST. They'll do the job. I get here this morning and pull in. I finally see the inspection sticker. I'm the asshole, okay? I'm running around. I'm more worried about getting all of this stuff back here situated, putting lumber in the back. I'm not used to this, okay? But you have to also remember something. The license plate on the truck is not the license plate on the trailer. And therefore, the sticker or the inspection sticker might look different. You know, I look like an asshole because it is inspected. But by me still being nervous or afraid or paranoid, that's a good thing. It's called fight or fright, right? My fright can save me. Okay, because a lot of the time fight will not save you anymore. So at least I can go inside of this TA here and I can say I spoke to Kevin from maintenance, I spoke to Nene from maintenance, Josh and John from TA in Iowa. I-80 said that tire is DOT legal. So if anything happens to me, I have a recourse, because if I didn't bring it in to have Josh and John look at that tire and I got a ticket for just believing in them, I would be liable and they're still going to rack up points and try to fire me. I'm not upset. You see, I can go work for another company and they're willing to hire me where I don't have to do flatbed and I don't have to go into $2,000 worth of debt in materials. Okay? But I'm trying to give due diligence because I did an album and I was just being creative one day about having a truck to deliver some illegal goods, and I was just talking about it to stage a song so that I can basically talk about how the politicians and the government and the city and the police have been the ones that fueled the drug ring from 1940 until 1985. It's only until about the late 70s that a lot of the older guys from the 30s started to retire from the police departments all around this country and stopped getting kickbacks. All those years, from 1935 till about 1979, all those cops got their base pay, and they got kickbacks from the mob, they got kickbacks from black drug dealers, they got kickbacks from Italian drug dealers. So I was staging a song talking about, you know, how people feel about when they're engaged in illegal acts. And then I went to talk about how it was coaxed on, supported, and created by the government and the people that work in state and local government. So now my song is being treated as though I have an intent to utilize this trucking business. But I thought I'd never get into it. I never thought about driving trucks until I realized I'm not going to get a job in Atlanta. And then I got the CDL. But at this point, it's being determined by some asshole somewhere that I'm here to utilize this license to transport illegal products. And they don't really want me driving one of these here, the box trailer. Okay? They don't want me driving that. And I know that now. Because when I was just at the last company, they kept searching the trailer. They kept pulling me over, sending me places to see if I'm high or something, because I wear a tam, or because I want to be living the way I want to live now. When you're a black nigga throwing that football and you got locks, the white man loves you. When you're a black nigga and you shooting that basketball and you got locks, the white man loves you. But it's quite obvious that the white man's not going to love me because I got locks and I'm driving trucks, and because I am not a dumb person, and because I'm from New York City, and because I'm from Brooklyn, and because I have family members who got into trouble before. So I am a prime a suspect, even if I'm not guilty. I'm guilty until proven innocent, and they're showing it. So I said to myself, I've been through this with Schneider. I went to go get a job at U.S. Express. They had all these people trying to investigate me, asking me questions and playing games. I went to Warner. I pulled the refrigerator for Purdue. I'm in a position right now, but what I really and truly need to do is think about my position in this world, acknowledge that I'm a part of the problem because I did publicize something. I didn't see anything wrong with it. I see it as if Quentin Tarantino was going to make a movie on Pulp Fiction where John Travolta is injecting heroin into his veins, and you see the blood go back inside of the syringe, and then he's pushing it in and he's driving around high. No one's running after Travolta saying, hey, you're a heroin addict, and following wherever he's going. That hasn't stopped Travolta from getting his FAA certifications to fly. But I'm a black nigga. So when I say something or I'm trying to promote something to make $1, it must be true. And now so it's my fault. I should have realized that I'm a nigger. I come from a background where I'm from the hood, so I gotta know somebody who does illegal activity, allegedly. And therefore now I should have saw that was quote unquote dry snitching, which I'm not talking about nobody in particular. I'm talking about myself. And I've never sold shit, so at this point, I can't be snitching on myself. That'd be some dumb shit. If I was really doing something, why would I go tell people? That's stupid. That's dumb. But as far as they're concerned, whether it's true or not, it doesn't matter. What matters is they don't want me in the business. So I decided, let me go work flatbed. Let me do something where the trailer is exposed. Nobody has to worry about what could be inside of the cargo chamber. And that's why I decided to do this. Okay, on top of the fact that when I was just working at Warner Enterprises, they started to harass me big time because they wanted me to quit. They kept sending me places. I'd be going one place, then they round me about to another place. Why? Because they want me to get frustrated. Then they send 4 or 5 supervisors to follow me everywhere I go. Just how you saw the guy pull up yesterday, sit there for a little while and pull off. This is the harassment tactics that they're using, and it's a covert harassment that they're not doing anything. They're going to say they have a right to monitor. They're going to say they have a right to have people to watch you because you're operating under them, and they're always going to be right because of the corporate structure. But as far as I'm concerned, they're also going to try and stop me from getting my own authority. I have my own truck. All I need is my own authority. Now you got Darius from the orientation and the other white guy from the orientation going to Oklahoma, where I spoke to the lady about getting authority, and I'm more than likely going to tell her, don't help me to get authority, because once I get $1,000, I can go get my own authority, give them their shit back. Well, in 4 weeks, I can pay them their money every week, and they know this. I can pay them their money every week. Buy me a box trailer. Pay $2,000 to get myself my own authority, and I'm good. And all I gotta do is sign on to load boards. They know I'm in a position of power they don't want me to have. So they're gonna hire a black dude named Darius to try and get me caught up in some type of quid pro quo society that is terrorist based. He's gonna offer me $1,500 to go out with these people. That's what he did the other day. He's going to prance around burning sage in the room. I don't even know what he was burning. Maybe he had something in it that will get me in a position where I fail a drug test on the road, and he's there to light it up. The guy was in orientation. He drank every single day. Every day he had at least 3 beers, minimum. We were at the bar. The dude drank at like 6 beers. He passed beers all around like he was some type of rich guy. And then we went back to the room and he popped the Budweiser. And every single day he showed up at orientation drunk, covering it with his cologne. And they never fired him. They never said, Darius, you're drunk. He wore glasses. He was hiding behind the glasses. So when you wear glasses, a lot of the time, if you're high or you're drunk, you can cover that with your glasses. He was wearing glasses every day. He slurred in his speech. Okay, they sent a guy home last week, Monday, and they're saying that this guy was drunk, excessively drunk, and he stunk of alcohol, so they had to send him home. Why the heck didn't they send Darius home when Darius looked like he drank every single day? Darius tried to get me to join some type of organization in Florida. Why would he do that? It's the same thing that they did to Malcolm X's daughter. You go to do something, they try to isolate you in a hotel room, and try to get you to join some organization so they can arrest you as being a terrorist or something. Then I'm working with the white guy. He's there to drain my pocket lane with the batteries. Then you got the other white guy that's going with Darius to Oklahoma. He looks like he's a Missouri DOT officer because he's wearing a high and tight. Or he looks like he's a Missouri police officer. And then they're trying to give me a load from Davenport here in Iowa, which only goes to Kansas City, Missouri. So the objective here, as far as I'm concerned, when I look at the whole picture, is they want me to pick up the load tomorrow in Davenport. The lane guy helps me pass the inspection without getting the brakes done, and he tells me to get it done after my first or second or third load. I'm supposed to say, hey, I passed inspection, let me roll out, which violates the corporate policy and violates the professionalism standard, which states that if anything is wrong with your trucks, you pull over, you get it fixed first before you pull a load. So I was thinking, hey, let me trust this guy, and I realized if I trust him, I'm a fool. Because if I trust him, they're going to have a DOT officer pull me over if I grab that load to Kansas City. Okay, and if I don't want that load, and I say, hey, listen, what about taking this load? Because there's a load over here in another part of Iowa that's heading straight to Georgia, which is what I need to do to file my title and handle other paperworks. That's more that load must be paying well. It probably might be paying about a good $650 to the truck in fuel, and it should be about $1,500. You take 75% of that. I should be pulling $1,200 just to pull that load plus fuel surcharge at $650. I should be making about $1,800 on that one load, and that's enough to get me back down to Georgia. That's enough for me to get to Georgia, maybe grab another load back to Atlanta by let's say the latest Friday, and I would make about a good $2,000 this week. Pocket money after fuel, maybe about a good $1,200 to $1,300, and then after taxes about $1,000 for the week, just pulling these two loads just to get me down there so I can handle my title and stuff. What it looks like they want to do is they want to send me west, so that all of these guys were from Missouri except for this guy Darius had a Texas cell phone number. The guy Lane had a Missouri number. The other guy with the high and tight, he was from Missouri. All of them were from Missouri except for Darius and me. And then they got the Darius guy saying he wants to pull flatbed. He'll do it for about 6 months. I need 6 months in this business to get a year under my belt. I'd have 7 months. I really need 5 months. So if he stays for 6 months, he can monitor me while on the road. He can follow me. Okay, that's the point. They don't want me driving around without having a nigga follow me around. So what they're doing now, Darius says, yeah, man, I'll probably do this for 6 months, then I'm going to go back to my last job where I was making more money. That doesn't even make no sense. If you have a problem with your boss, but you're making $15,000 a month, why would you leave a nice cushy job where you fucking like just move furniture and shit for $15,000 a month, like you're already your owner operator without a truck, to come to motherfucking CRST to deal with this fucking snow and fucking dealing with lifting chains and all these binders and all this shit? He's a fucking liar. He's an investigator, okay? He's been hired to work for the company for 6 months, which he's second guessing. But I told him the other day that these white folk are only out for themselves, and he knows of the racism, but he's still getting paid to screw me. So if he tells me he's going to be running from Detroit to Chicago, from Chicago to Alabama, and he's moving to Atlanta, those are the lanes that I have to run. Those are exactly the lanes that I have to run. So what is he saying? They want me to say, hey brother, because he's black. Hey brother, hey man, we I be seeing you out there, and we build a relationship so he can monitor me, so he can report. Yeah, I saw him in Chicago. He picked up this load. Yeah, I saw him in Detroit. Yeah, and all the while he's smiling in my face. And then we supposed to go to school together, some type of orientation together. So it's supposed to be like a relationship that me and my friend Joseph in the Air Force have. And me and Joseph are real tight because we went to basic together. You know what I mean? So now me and him are supposed to go to orientation together, and that's supposed to bond us like glue because we niggas. And then he's supposed to be the guy I run to and talk to so he can play thought police for the next 6 months. These people are vile faggots. Okay, they have no respect for anyone else's culture. They have no respect for anybody else. Truck driving is the closest thing to flying airplanes according to American society, and it is dominated by white males. white veteran males who have no problem killing Japanese, who have no problem killing people in Iraq, who have no problem killing for the propagandized patriotic ideology which preserves their white supremacy here. And they don't want anybody wearing locks. They don't want anybody who's not from this country trying to be them to be in this business. And like I told my wife the other day, if I sit around and I get myself a nice cowboy hat and some cowboy boots, now I try and talk like that, they're going to say, yes, Brandon's trying to be that like us. You know what I mean? And then when I leave, they're going to hate me. They're going to talk shit. Did you see them boots, man? Them boots ain't really this. Them boots ain't really that. Did you see his cowboy hat? The color didn't match. Did you see the way this looked? Did you see the way? Because the whole point is, it's not about you fitting in with them. It's about them trying to size you up to see if you're so stupid that you want to worship their image. And as long as you're not worshiping their image, it's a threat to them. And that's what this comes down to. So I'm not. So even if I did worship their image, and I did it even better than them, and I coordinated the cowboy boots with my cowboy hat, and I spoke with a drawl, and I did it better than them, they would still hate me because I'm doing it better than them anyway. So this is a lose-lose situation when you have to be involved in a white-dominated business, whether it be the military, truck driving, flying planes, top echelon corporate America. Black nigger males do not belong, especially those who are living out the image with which they come from. The other day, the guy Mike was saying at the orientation how he doesn't like towel heads because the guy shows up at the truck stop at the fuel aisle, and when he gets to the fuel aisle, he'll sit there for 45 minutes. So I didn't say nothing about it, but if you hate people that sit at the fuel aisle for 45 minutes, that has nothing to do with what they wear on their head. Okay, what you're saying is you don't like foreigners. Okay, so when we get to talking about it Thursday, I said to him, I'm growing my hair. I hope that's not an offense to people. He starts denying it because I already know since I started with Schneider, what these white folk be doing, they see that I'm growing my hair and they think I'm hiding some type of marijuana or something or drugs in my head, in my hair. Okay, because they have to ask me to take my hair off, to take my hair down. And if I take my hair down, all of a sudden something might just fall out, right? The image of black is the threat. So they're mad because I'm growing my hair. So I already know this, and this has been happening from Schneider to U.S. Express, from U.S. Express to Warner last year. The guy that I had as a trainer, he said, "Hey man, can I see your hair?" Right, spontaneously one day, and I'm sitting in the passenger seat while he's driving. So I said, "Yeah, no problem." And I just took my hair out. He thought I was going to say no, so he can go ahead and report that I had something in my head, and I chose not to remove my scarf. Now, I shouldn't be removing my scarf because my scarf is my religion. I cover my hair. What is my religion? My religion is the native black religion, which is to be black, quote unquote, not black, to be of culture, to be of my culture. My hair is coily, my hair is black. My hair, or brown, but coily. My hair is not straight. Therefore, if I decide to grow my hair, it must lock in order to grow. Or it's going to afro and cut, afro and break. And I can't wear an afro anymore and be Afrocentric because afro is 1970s styles. You can't walk around with an afro, so I lock my hair. Now, by locking it, it's turning into a problem with these people. Because now that they see that I'm locking my hair and I'm living out my natural essence. Okay, when you lock your hair, it must be covered to stay moist. It must be covered to stay clean. You just can't have locks and be running around dirty. That's why when white people grow their locks or they lock their hair, it's always matted and filthy because they're dirty. They don't understand. It's not their culture. Okay, anybody can lock their hair and keep it clean, but it was only African people, Mediterranean people that grew their hair, locked their hair, and kept it covered. Indians, they don't lock it because their hair is still thin, but they still cover for cleanliness. So when these white people see that you're living out a culture, it's a threat to them. They don't like that. You're supposed to affiliate with them even though your affiliation, you're supposed to assimilate with them even though this assimilation is never going to get you anywhere. And now that I've realized that and I'm living out the reality of life, it's a big threat, and then I must be hiding something in my hat. I I must be hiding something in my truck. I'm from New York. I wear a big jacket, just like the black dude in Durham did to me. My jacket looks gangster. Well, when I'm growing up, people used to fight, rob, steal. If I might go down the street, somebody want to punch me in my face. They might want to cut me with a knife. You wear big clothes, so that if somebody tries to cut me with a knife, they mismeasure the distance. They might cut my jacket, and then I can defend myself. These are survival tactics that other people from Iowa don't have to do, don't have to think about. God bless them that they never had to think like this. God bless them that they never had to live in a war mind frame throughout their existence, throughout their upbringing. Okay, I did, and I'm not going to change that for anybody because it's a preparation. And why should I be looked down upon because I'm prepared for anything? I wear my snorkel here. Nobody up here is wearing a snorkel because these white people, they'll walk outside in the fucking snow with nothing on, with shorts on. So I come up here with this snorkel jacket and it has all these jacket pockets and must have a whole bunch of drugs in it or something, or it has so many pockets that something could be in the jacket and no one knows. It's all bullshit. They're afraid of anybody who's not trying to be like them. The government here supports the psychological propaganda of white supremacy through terrorist alerts and colors of attack and all of this garbage, and these people eat it up because it supports white supremacy. It creates a bond that they have here, and that's all it comes down to. I'm in a position where I've just purchased this truck. I'm trying my best to work, to put my children in school. I'm trying my best to provide a home, and that's a problem. It's a problem when I send my children to school and I don't want them to practice Halloween, practicing worshiping and acting like devils and witches and stuff. It's a problem to these people. Well, why don't you just loosen up? Why should my son begin to think about praising Superman or Batman? He needs to be learning that he's an individual and a human being, and they're trying to emulate these wannabe characters. Spider-Man, that's trying to be someone else, and you wonder why people in this country have the biggest issues with multiple personality syndromes. Because when you're a child, you're being taught to emulate Spider-Man and Superman. Then when my son goes to school, oh, tomorrow's Halloween, I know you don't support it, but he still has to bring a costume so he doesn't make the other children look bad. Well, if you don't support Halloween, you understand what it's about. Why are you still forcing my son to still partake? Then I get him a muscle shirt. That boosts his ego. That shows him he still can be himself and partake. That was a wrong deal. He should have came in with a mask. So as long as you're living here and you don't support their devilishment, support their Halloween, support their worshiping them, support their business. And I just told you how the white guys come outside and they wear shorts in the fucking snow. You see this guy right here? Wearing shorts in the fucking snow. So when they see my snorkel, they're wondering what the fuck. I got on multiple pairs of pants because I'm not trying to gain too much fat throughout the winter. I got on this pants right here, got my belt, and I have another pants underneath it. And this is like a weather pant, a jogging pant, and it keeps me warm because it's insulated. And then I have my briefs. I have all this on, but then I guess I'm layering up because I'm hiding something in my pants. When you're dealing with people who want to see you down, they're never going to think positive about anything you do. They're only going to paint you in a negative light or find somebody who's going to support it. Everywhere I go, they want somebody to see if I'm under the influence, and I got brown eyes. Okay, so this morning I got up, I bought a coffee. I got this coffee here, and I'm drinking it. Now, coffee has, people don't know this, but coffee has the same effect as marijuana. Okay? That's why everybody wants to drink coffee, drink coffee, drink coffee. So if I drink this coffee and then my eyes get, and my pupils dilate because I'm drinking this coffee, and I go inside this place to talk to these people about getting my truck fixed. I'm a nigger. I got a wrap on my head, I got a tam on, and my eyes are brown. And I had a coffee. That's automatic high. If I go and lay down and I'm tired and I get back up and my eyes are bloodshot or glossy because I'm sitting up, starting the truck all night, shutting it off every 2 hours to save on fuel, starting it back up, and I'm not getting any rest, and then I still drink a coffee, my eyes come out glossy, I got a tam on, same thing, got a tam on. I came in, he got brown pupils, they're dilated. He must be on drugs. These people are devils. These people will find any way to destroy you. And that's all it comes down to. Nothing more, nothing less. And when they find out that you're intelligent, you're not dumb. I haven't spoken yet on this video as a dumb nigga. Yo, my nigga, yo. They even got the dude Darius last week to challenge me on that. He kept saying, you know, people think that they're smart. People think they're intelligent, you know. They talk like this and they talk like that. You know what I'm saying? I don't even know what he's trying to say is, I haven't spoken to him in a manner that shows ignorance. Whereas on my album, which they're using against me, I talk like a Jamaican. So I said to him, I said, listen, man, my family's from Jamaica. You know what I mean? He said, yeah. I said, yeah, my family's from Jamaica. He said, yo, why didn't you tell me that? I said, what? He said, why didn't you tell me that? You could have told me your family's Jamaica. Why don't you talk to me like that? I sat back like, who the fuck is this guy? Why is he worrying about that? He's an investigator. So I said, okay, no problem. So Thursday, we're in class. I walk up to him. I say, hey, Darius, what's up, man? He says, nothing, bro, nothing. Now, he keeps telling me the statement, which is don't think. Okay, don't think, don't analyze, don't use my brain, just live. What that means is while they're investigating me, be a dumb shit and don't see it. Don't think about what they're doing. Okay, and if I think about what they're doing, then he don't want me to leave the job, but they're there for a purpose. So he's telling me, don't think too much, brother, but I'm still watching you. So he says to me, he says, Darius, I'll go up to him Thursday. I said, hey, let me tell you something, man. I said, I understand what you're saying. You're telling me what you say creates, preserves and destroys. So I guess what he's saying is I created my own problem, I preserved it on wax, on CD, and then I destroyed myself. Okay, he's not going to say all the investigators that have been harassing me all this time, which prompted me to get upset and talk about the system and take on a first-person position, but still talk about how the system is promoted. That's not the problem. Okay, so the guy, I said to him, I said, well, I'm not going to come to you and speak to you in a language that you don't understand. I said, if I came from China, do you want me to come to you and talk to you in Chinese? No. If I'm from China, I'm going to come to you and talk to you in English. So why are you expecting me now, because my family's from Jamaica, for me to come to you and speak to you with Jamaican patois? Oh, bro, don't worry about it, man. Remember I told you, you're thinking too much, man. You're thinking too much, man. You just need to relax. You just need to relax. No, motherfucker. You need to relax. You're the one probing me. You're the one asking me the questions. You're the one asking me why I'm doing this and why I didn't talk to you this way and why I didn't tell you I was A and B. But then when I'm talking to you about logics, why would I come to you and talk to you about something that's not your culture? You're a black American from Detroit. Why am I come to you and say, yo, I go on, Virgin? What for? Are you Jamaican? No. But then I'm using the English language to decipher them. Because in my book, I explained that Willie Lynch stated that about the nigger slave. And now they hate me for my book. They take everything from my book and they believe I'm using it against them. And I'm basically a threat to them. They treat me like I'm a terrorist because I'm not dumb. I understand. And any black man or any person who's not white that comes to the realization of these things must be terminated. And that's the problem. When you look at white guys like Alex Jones, love him. Okay, he talks about what the government is doing. He gets in depth. That's not a problem. But when you're black and you do it, you must be murdered, destroyed. This is me in Colorado, looking at the Rocky Mountains. You should see how tall they are, but the ice cap makes it look shorter than the film is filming. But yeah, Rockies, man. I have to see it for myself at least once before I'm over. Later. Just dropped off a load of wood for train tracks up here. About to head into Wyoming and drive out to Nebraska. Get back to civilized shit. Peace. This I'm talking about. I'm trying to come up this hill. I just want to go up the hill. Not too fast, but at least not be going down like a company truck. See how it's going down? Came into work today, right? They tell me they want me to transport this from yesterday. Trailer RN73T, right? Now, it doesn't have enough winches on this whole load on the other side. There's no winches on this side for me to strap the load on this side. So as you can see, they set me up. They put it on a guardrail. This is highly illegal. It should be hooked up under here. And they made sure that this is a ill strap load, okay? When you go to a shipper and the shipper is shipping PVC, as you can see, there's only one strap up top on that PVC. There should be a minimum of 2 straps here. 2 straps in the front. Then you see that separation. There should be another 2 straps here, okay? And then that's good for I'm gonna truck driver. I'm homeless. I go by the stage name of Commander Zero. I put out a dancehall album because when I was growing up, I'm driving to Ocala, Florida right now in my truck. When I was growing up, I always wanted to be an artist. And I wanted to be a singer. I always used to hear women talk about men treating them bad and disrespecting them. And I was always wanted to save the women from these guys or be a better guy to make women happy. From my mom being divorced to my family members going through rough relationships and their friends, you know, one good friend of my cousin, she just fucking broke down and had a nervous breakdown at a young age. Just because, you know, a relationship didn't work with a guy. So I always wanted to cater to the women. And as I got older, I started wanting to sing. So I started singing. Didn't go too well. Once you start singing, you start hearing stuff like, shut up! Making too much noise, because you honestly sound like shit when you're trying to learn what you're doing. And it's just like playing any musical instrument. You gotta sound bad before you can learn to be good. At the way station here, the agricultural way station in Florida. So basically, what I did was I just kept doing it and doing it and doing it until I could carry a tune. And I thought I was good. I thought I was really nice with it, you know. And then it wasn't until I brought the talent to church and I became the lead singer of the choir, of the youth choir. Thanks to Mr. Roberts, who's no longer with us. And he used to start giving me personal training. Now, no matter what you think, you know, even if you teach yourself to sing, the problem with people is they don't really see that they're taking after their idol or they're mocking someone else's style or they can sing but they're not being themselves. Is to singing is what someone told me years ago. You have to match, I don't care who you are, what you sound like, what range you sing in. You have to be able to sing from falsetto to natural voice and make it a smooth transition. Once you can do that, and you practice over and over and over again with your own flavor, your own personality, your own style, then you're a singer. Then you have to work on technique, tempo, breathing, and quality. If you want to be a singer, then you have to understand there's a difference also between being a solo artist, being a chorus singer in a group. Oh no, being a chorus singer, being a group singer, and, you know, obviously opera and shit. My friend Bud, he wrote a song, and he's a good singer. I'll use the verse from his song picks up an ant farting in the bathroom. So you don't want to overkill, and you gotta learn how to sing for the studio as a solo artist, and then you gotta learn how to sing as a concert performer. It's two different things. Sometimes you can write songs that you can do both at the same time. Sometimes you have to write songs. Most of the time you're gonna write a song that's gonna sound away in the studio because of digital machinery and mics and all that stuff. And when you get to perform, it's gonna be a totally different ball game, and that's where most people lose, in the performance and not in the track. So, performing, in the studio, it'll go, baby, don't you know our love is sweet, baby. Why? Because you have more control in the studio. You're not jumping around, you're not nervous. It's gonna sound nice and crisp and smooth, just like that. And you don't have to push because the mic is amplifying the sound. When you start doing performances, majority of the time you're not gonna get a condenser mic. You're gonna get a mic that's in between. It's gonna be a performing mic, more like a mic that a preacher will use or something. And now you have to project from the diaphragm. To perform it, it'll be, baby, don't you know I love you, sweet baby. Now, I didn't warm up, and that was an octave or too high, but it will go, baby, don't you know I love you, sweet baby. Now, like I was saying before, you see how crisp and nice that was? In natural voice? That was also a difference between me being out of range in the first one, but it also goes to show, I could have did that in the studio and stepped 2 or 3 feet back from the mic and then perform it the same way. You see what I'm saying? But then if I'm not a performer and I get on the stage and I try to sit 2 feet back from the mic on stage, then now it's not going to come out right anyway. So stage performance, stage presence is very important in music. Notice, the first one sounded good, it was high. Don't you know I love you, sweet baby. That shows range. But what sounds more sexier, cleaner, more direct, and quality? Okay. Baby, don't you know I love you, sweet baby. Right? That sounds masculine, sensual, sounds quality, doesn't bang your eardrum, and it's within a comfortable range. Men have been trying to sing like women forever. And a lot of guys can pull it off, but the whole objective is that's not manly. Shout out to Tyrese and other artists who really didn't have that much skill, but understood one principle. They know themselves, and they're gonna work with that. And that's why it works. So anybody who generally just wants a tutorial in singing and understanding singing. If you watch American Idol, now a lot of these people are yelling and bolting their heads out. And they think that that's singing because women can do it, and we love when women do it. When Beyonce's on stage and Beyonce's singing and bolting out, we like that. When Luther's doing it, we like that. Why? Because it shows a level of skill. But singing is just not always about yelling at people. through the mic and making it sound good. And people are looking at that as a black way of singing, and they think it's hip and new. And that's not music, man. You gotta be diverse in your flow. You gotta be diverse in your skill set. You gotta be diverse in your approach, your delivery, content. And then you gotta also turn around and take all that shit, put it together, and still make it quality. And that's when you know that you're an artist, when you can make it quality. So anyway, I became the lead singer of the church, and I got real good, but I started to realize something. My dream started to come true. I was separated from everyone else in the choir because I practice at home. I just don't show up on Thursday or Friday and be a choir singer or a support staff to the vocalist. I am the main vocalist because I practiced at home so diligently before I even started the choir. So, you know, you'll have people, they'll come to church and they're singing songs, and, you know, you always know the church singers because they belt out all the time for the most part, you know, and the solo artists and the solo singers that do well, they have more control and experience of themselves and their own vocal ability. So you have here the choir singing. Joyful, joyful are we adore thee. Right? Now they do that 10 times, their voice gets clear. Joyful, joyful are we adore thee. And you hold your tenors. You know, you're gonna find your range, work it, but you notice it's a yell. Joyful, joyful are we adore thee. Right? When you find an artist, first of all, once you become solo, it's one of the hardest things on the planet. You don't have anybody to support you. So you can't come out yelling and carrying on or maintaining one range and thinking it's gonna carry you through a song. A song should show diversity in octave and tone, and that's not that. That's just support. Oh, you playing a position. You're not showing a skill set. Joyful, joyful, Lord, we adore thee. And when you become a solo artist, you have to keep your fans' attention to quality. Notice that sounded quality. You want to hear more. The other one, joyful, joyful, Lord, we adore thee. Okay, tenor, right? Oh, well, you know, that sounded real good. You don't want to hear that person do a whole song. But somebody comes out, joyful, joyful, Lord, we adore thee. Boom. That sounds natural. It's calming. Now you want to hear what they have to say. Music is a progressional thing. It has a beginning, it has an end, it has rests, and rests are music. So you can't look at life and music from a perspective of fame and fortune and stuff. You gotta want it. And what I'm showing you is, personally, I've wanted it for a very long time. But I got tired, you know. By the time you get to adolescence and you start trying to get girls, and even though the statutory rape statute is to put niggas away, the 13-year-old chicks want the 19-year-old guy. You know, the 19-year-old chicks want the 24-year-old guy. So I'm here, you know, singing to them, you know, they just don't know the pains of being real. up to these chicks. I'm here singing Drew Hill to these chicks, and you know what? They love me because I can sing, but they out the door being with the dude that got the money, the car, taking them places. And you start realizing, I started to realize that music is a good thing because it's an expression. But I was in it to please women and make $1. And I had to check myself. And that's when I started to try and write music. So I tried to write. It took me about 2.5 years of writing choruses and lyrics to start getting an idea of how to put things together. And then one day a guy said to me, a song is not a song without a chorus. And I was just writing verses and verses. And that took a while for me to get an understanding that, listen, this is about looping. And looping well. Didn't learn to do it well. It took about 2 years, like I said. But I started to want to rap. And I didn't want to rap because I wanted to be a rapper. I wanted to rap because singing is so drawn out, you can't get a point across. Or at that time, when singing was around you got your point across, but you're still in the box. Whereas with rap, you can say a whole lot in a smaller space of time because you're talking instead of singing. It's just that simple. So I started to write rhymes. And I started to get good at it. But then me and my friends would go out, chill, have a good time, and then we would always end the night rhyming. Shout outs to Crumb and Cam and Ash. You know what I'm saying? And I was the best dude off the head over time. I got to the point, like Jay-Z said, it's like an exercise. But I wasn't memorizing them like I should have. I was just spitting them. And I was able to crush my friends, and I was ready for more competition, but I never got it. You know what I mean? So I tried to stick to the singing deal, and by the time I was gonna come out, I wanted to come out with a flavor that was a solo artist with jeans. At that time, you had Boyz II Men, and they had jeans on, but they were still rocking blazer jackets, and you know, you niggas are still listening to their first and second album, and you know, I didn't really see a gangster image with an R&B flavor like a Jaheim at the time. So that was gonna be my image, but you know, without braids and stuff. So I was, you know, family conflicts. I was gonna hunt down Puff Daddy because I heard that a lot of people was bum rushing him at the time at concerts. And I had saved my money from a little job I was working at the library down in Brooklyn, New York. And I was about to just, you know, rush Puffy in Texas, him and Mace, and just start singing, you know. And my mom didn't approve of that. You know, music is either devil stuff or not constructive or not gonna last. And I didn't want my shit out on the lawn when I came home. So I went to college, and obviously that didn't work out at all. But I mention it because I started to rap at the time after that. My R&B career went nowhere, even though I worked out. Looking like LL Cool J at the time. My R&B career stopped. So now I'm gonna be this big time lawyer in a law program at City College. So I'm gonna make it as a lawyer. You know, I don't need to do this music thing. That didn't work. After 3 years graduating cum laude of a fucking law school program in undergrad, I still wasn't accepted. So I got used. The blessing was it's New York, I'm a resident, and I paid off my tuition, so I didn't owe nobody shit anyway. And that's when I had to sit back and start thinking. I went back to writing rap. military years later, after a few deals didn't go my way, and a few jobs didn't go my way. I was doing social work and stuff. I didn't want to keep doing that shit. And after I got married and stuff, and I was in the Air Force, I left the Air Force, and I went back to New York. And I said to myself, you know what, man? I've been writing a few rhymes. Let me record the rhymes and see how I sound rapping. Because I'm good at rapping now, and I've been good for over 5 to 8 years, but I never took rapping serious. So I wrote, and I recorded them at my friend Bud's brother's studio. And my friend Bud's brother was like, this dude is good. And he went and called Bud and told Bud, yo, this dude is good. I ain't never seen a dude come in like this and put it down without having to keep going over. He knew the lines, he knew the punchlines, he knew where to put the song, the track, the lyrics on the track. This dude is good. So what I tried to do was, that was my first time experimenting with a Caribbean flavor on a rap beat. My wife suggested that I experiment with a southern beat too, and I did that. And I recorded about 4 songs. And I played them back. I brought it to the hood, played it back, let people hear it or whatever. And I said, I can do this rap thing. I can do it. The reason why I didn't stick with rap though is because rap has been manipulated over time by drug dealers, or the idea of drug dealing, because certain people in the business want blacks to consistently hear that as a way of, black males to consistently hear that as a way of life, to destroy black males. So a lot of the time, a lot of the music, no matter what it is now, it can be hip-hop, well, not hip-hop anymore since 9/11, and they've been killing off the rappers, but even West Indian music is about drug dealing and drug taking and shit, because it's still an influence, okay? Even though Jamaican people inspired rap in America, Jamaican people are also inspired back by what sells here. Because obviously America is the precursor to success. So that ideology has infiltrated and permeated into the mentality of the music, which is a sad thing, after they created the image of gangster rap and basically destroyed anyone doing positive. Fight the power, that was positive. But positive for blacks, not the white execs or the Jewish owners. So now you have this political problem in the rap game. It's either now you're gonna sell out and lie about your image, you're gonna be a drug dealer, telling on everybody you know and making $1 for yourself, or you're gonna just be an actor being told what to do, have no street credit, but reinforce a negative ideology. And this is the business pushing this, not the average person. So people come up to me all the time and they're like, well, what about Common? What about other rappers that are doing well? Talib Kweli. Well, these motherfuckers ain't on the charts. Alright? You go to New York, you're gonna hit right now. Today's April 22nd, 2014. You go to New York, you'll hear more Lil Wayne and Drake than Talib. So since I did this last album I did, I've been under some problems with law enforcement. They've been harassing me. The government has been harassing me due to my affiliation with the military. And their objective is to make me out to be a drug dealer because I'm sticking to the game. But the objective is to get the attention of the people and then steer them a better way, and that's what they're really afraid of. They have a program called
COINTELPRO. They've been using it against Marcus Garvey, Malcolm X, Martin Luther King. They're afraid of a black person or anyone who can unify black people all around the world. Bob Marley was one of them, and they killed him. Okay, so you have Big L coming out. Big L changed his whole style. When he was talking about drugs and stuff, he made a lot of money, or at least a lot of fame for himself. But once he started to understand business, and he started to change his image and start his own label with an image change, that's when he was killed. You look at Big Pun. Okay, Pun's first album, same thing. Talking a lot of trash, a lot of drug talk, but then the second album started to get conscious, you know, and the biggest nail in the coffin for him was that song that he did, Capital Punishment, given by the government. Anytime you're an artist and you're going to promote the benefit of non-whites, non-industry, now you're a terrorist, you're an attacker. So I'm watching the business, and I'm seeing that the only thing that these white people want is for you to spew filth that keeps black males going to prison. And the question is, am I going to continue to go down that path for money? So one of the biggest inspirations in my life is Lauryn Hill, and has always been Lauryn. Lauryn was one of the first artists in this business to do a rap/R&B album by herself. And that inspired me because I started off with R&B, and then I learned to master rap. Okay, but my family is Jamaican, and we always gonna fight the power. So rap came out because a Jamaican dude pulled out his sound system, started playing some rhythms in the Bronx, and started giving people the mic to chat on it. And that's where rap came from. So rap was a Jamaican expression on other beats. Before that, everyone was just trying to get a beat from a company and then sign on. Whereas the Jamaican guy brought his set and brought Jamaican style partying, let's just say, to the Bronx. So now that I said to myself, if I mastered rap in my own way, and rap came from Jamaica, if I don't want to support this political agenda, then I gotta keep it real with my culture. Because that's the only thing that's gonna ground me in this business. If I do the rap, I'm gonna end up like Drake. They're gonna haul me out sooner or later. I'm gonna be talking a whole bunch of garbage, and it's more image than progression. But you also gotta remember, this progression deal is gonna be a problem, because that's what they don't want. This COINTELPRO promotion. So I'm caught in a pickle. If I rap, I gotta start talking about how much drugs I sell and how much this and this. And in the rap game, when you're from New York and you talk that shit, you're gonna get checked immediately. People gonna look for references. When the last time this dude sold shit? When the last time this dude was really linked up with this dude? Or, you know, and since 50 Cent, that became a big issue, not only with checking the streets, because before 50 dropped with a major album, when he was still doing the art of getting robbed, you could still flow on shit like that and make it. But you're gonna get checked, because everyone was fighting to be what at that time? The king of New York. Jay-Z had the title in hand after Biggie died, and he kept it, and he still got it, and he's running with it forever. And he's still holding that title. No respect to Jigga. But you gotta understand something. When you start going towards the Caribbean side of things, yeah, it's rap, technically. But West Indians are a cultural people. And our culture is a part of our life. It's not a part of our business of life. So you just can't jump into the reggae. You just can't jump into dancehall and be accepted. It's gotta be your culture. It's like being a Nieta or a Latin King. If you don't got that Hispanic blood in you, you're not in, bro. So Snoop Lion, Snoop, cuz, it's no disrespect. We family, we all gonna be one blood. But if it's not real, Jamaica's not gonna support something that's not real. You can act all day like you're doing this. You can make charts in America doing this. But that's not gonna help you to control that game. Because you need the approval of the people in it. And the people in it won't give you their approval unless certain people in the business of that genre approve it and the country approve it. So you gotta get a whole country's approval in addition to the approval of the people in the business. Whereas in America, all you need to do is get the approval of some Jew in a boardroom, and then as long as they spin your shit, niggas gonna like it. Now, that's a universal principle. It's business. So I'm down with that. Anybody wanna sign me? Anybody wanna put me on? I don't have a problem with that. Because I'm good. But let's get back to the dancehall and the reggae. Progression is a part of life. Something grows, everything grows, because that's the process of life. A plant does not stay a plant. It grows into a larger plant based on its genome design. A tree is going to start off as a plant and grow into a tree with a bark, and it's going to keep getting bigger until it's cut down and dropped down by nature. So to say that music should not be in promotion of a progression is to promote death in the music. And that's what they've been doing to certain artists, which I'm not going to mention. And I know why they're going to say fuck them other guys, because they're making a lot of money. But money's not going to save them because they're not progressive. Sometimes they'll drop music that's progressive, but then it's still emotional, so then it's still dead. But they're getting paid. And that's what business is about. And that's what I gotta start doing myself. So now once again, you see, caught between a political struggle. It's not an emotional struggle. It's not a cultural struggle. It's a struggle between giving white America, white business America that controls entertainment as a whole, what they want to promote, no matter what you start off as. You can promote whatever the fuck you want to promote to get your name out there. You can stand for whatever you stand for once you get your name out there. But once you have a following, their objective is to take it and manipulate it to their advantage because they've monopolized the business since the 1920s. So what does an artist do in that situation? I'm being approached right now to be an actor because I'm trying. I'm being approached right now to push another album or push another dancehall album. But where does that go when you can't be real? When you can't keep it real? And that's why I love this 112, that 112 song I was singing earlier. Even though it was back then, it still sits with me. And that was the best time when Bad Boy was doing so well. When there was purity in the hearts of the people and the game. You just coffee for real, man. They just don't know the pains of being real when the world's sifted. Nah, I didn't warm up. I've been driving and kind of yelling because I'm driving and talking over the motor. So don't think that I ain't nice. But yeah, when the world's sifted from being young, black, and gifted, and this is what's going on. And that's the octave range I should have been in because it wasn't the other dude that said that part. He came in, they just don't know the pains of being real when the world's sifted from being young, black, and gifted. Now you notice they ain't never really performed that on stage. But that's one of those tracks you gotta have control and be up in that falsetto. And if you come out on stage hype and you can't keep that falsetto, you're gonna flop. So you don't sing that song on stage, okay? Unless you have to, or unless you cut the music off and do it a cappella and then drop in a song with a beat and then carry it on from there. So singing is not hard. It's something I love. It's my first love in music, but I can't get a point across singing because a lot of the time, especially here in America, well, I mean for the most part, when you're a singer, you can't talk about shit that matters. You know, you gotta be like this guy said to me the other day. You gotta use tact, which I don't know what that is. It's either real or unreal. It's either true or untrue. And if I'm gonna spew something on the track, it's gotta be real and true. And that's the problem I'm having. So I dropped the album in a book. I never read the 50th Law of Power, and I should read it. But if it corresponds with the 48 laws, I can kind of get an idea of where it went. Especially if it was a marketing scheme, but not written by the author, which I'm not doubting. I don't know. So I wrote a book called The Common Laws of Power, not to fight against Mr. Green and his co-author, but to reground people with reality. If everyone's cutthroating, everyone's gonna be dead sooner or later. Because even if it comes down to 2 people left on the planet after everybody cutthroat each other, there's been so much envy and hatred and jealousy throughout all of the cutthroating that they're gonna cut each other's throat anyway. And by the time there's one man or one person left on the planet, they're gonna die. Because as you can see from that movie, that show that's on TV where they said 2 naked people out in the woods, one person can't survive in the wild by themselves. 2 people can't survive out in the wild by themselves. So with that being said, we are not made human beings. There's a God. There has to be an almighty creator of people and of life. And this creator has not made human beings to survive by themselves. The only way that somebody can talk that shit, is because they got money, or they got power, or they got fame, or some type of status people covet. But even that same person needs to wipe their ass with a tissue or a rag. You can't do without people. So we are all communal. That's the basis of humanity. That's why the children are on crack and coke and getting doped up. Why? because their parents don't give a shit. They're all about money because after a while you ain't got no choice. My son and my daughter gonna say the same thing about me if somebody talks shit about me to them right now because I'm not there. I'm driving this shit trying to make money, and it's taxing my relationship with my wife, much less my kid. So this whole monetary existence, the slave, the way that it's orchestrated, not the way that it's supposed to be to help humanity, but the way it's orchestrated is twisted. So I wrote a book explaining how just through the intent of the creators is creating bloodshed. The same system operates in a good way and is a blessing on humanity. And that's what the forefathers of America were promoting. Abraham Lincoln, he tried to create a silver standard. Gaddafi, just now, when he was trying to, in Africa, when he was trying to make a new gold standard. The money is backed by nothing. It's slavery. So the intent of the system is what matters, not the system itself. And when you remove a gold standard or a silver standard from an economy, you create a slave system. So if the intent is to create a slave system, it's going to create a spiritual intention of destruction to the people. And that's why we're suffering. You take a rich politician who's got $300,000-$400,000 a year and his daughter's on crystal meth. Why? She ain't got no love at home. It's just that simple. You take a broke kid from Philly, whose parents grow up fucked up. Majority of the time, broke people, we find a way. But if they grew up, let's say, in social services and they being told over and over that they ain't shit because their parents was crackheads, then they're gonna follow that idea. It's just that simple. And when they follow that idea, they end up in jail, prison, and then so broke and fucked up in the system, or rich and still fucked up in the system, end up with the same outcome. So now, as an artist, you gotta appeal to the people at the bottom as well as appealing to the people at the top. And then now you're trying to make it in the business, and they're trying to tell you that you can cater to the people now you gotta cater to the people at the top only. And fuck the people at the bottom, when it's the people at the bottom that's giving you the opportunity to get to the top. Now as an artist, how do you balance that job? How do you continue to sell out and make money to please your business partners who only care about you because you got your own following, right? And then still turn around and please the people that brought you where you are? How can you still be an artist and produce an art that's progressive when now you gotta start talking about liquor and getting drunk and staying in the club when you telling all these young hoes to do that shit knowing that they not taking care of their kids? You know what I'm saying? Listening to you. You know, binge drinking, that's what the songs is about. Binge drinking. Then a nigga binge drink, now he gotta go to AA or he locked up in the system. So you see, once you make it, the powers that be want you to continue to spew shit that keep people in a slave mentality. And as long as you promote anything that's progressive, then you're on a hit list for murder. So now what does an artist do? Do you take that challenge? Do you take that responsibility still, knowing that it's a responsibility of martyrdom? When you want to see your own children progress and survive and live and be happy in a system that wants to hold them down anyway? Because if you promote me and I'm black just because I got a following, because your objective is to use me to destroy the same people that look like me, yo, if you gonna tell me to destroy another black man sooner or later, or another black girl sooner or later, that could be my daughter and my son's friends. And then I'm still destroying my son and my daughter through my own shit. We not separated just because I'm gonna be rich and you gonna be poor. Because your poor ass kid might shoot and kill my great granddaughter. The people not looking at the world that universally. That's why when you read your Bible, or if you read the Bible, it tells you so-and-so begat so-and-so, and so-and-so begat so-and-so, and so-and-so begat so-and-so. So you people who want to dedicate your lives to lesbianism and gay marriage, you're not seeing that this life is a timeline. And when you choose to no longer procreate, you are destroying your lion on the planet. That's why the first commandment is to be fruitful and multiply, for your days to be long. Not your days just as a humanity, but your days of your genome. And all this shit matters. You be like, yo, Brandon, man, zero. You're a zero. That's what niggas say to me in the hood when I start talking like this. They're like, yo, zero, one mud, still, you know. Zero, you know. Yeah, but your zero is universal. It never stopped moving. It's a circle of life. So I love zero. I love being zero. I just put the commander in front of it because it's time to start commanding this universal knowledge, this zero knowledge, and pushing it forward. And if the music is my calling and I want to take advantage of it, and I got vipers waiting to manipulate me to produce something I'm not interested in producing, then I gotta stick to the struggle and make $100,000, $200,000 out of my own business, understanding first, so that when I drop something of quality and I drop something progressive, I don't have nobody trying to pull it off the shelf. So I got a lot of people right now saying, yo, man, you know, we heard your shit. You know, there's only a window of opportunity this big right now, you know, to get in the game. Well, that's bullshit. Jay-Z is a prime example of that's bullshit. Okay? The objective is they want you to be poor and get in the game. So you're constantly sucking someone else off to get it, to make it. And like I told my boy the other day, I already know I'm nice. I'm nice with the rap. I'm nice with the singing. I'm nice even, well, rap and dancehall. But I'm not going to put myself in a position where I'm going to turn into a whore. Or I get bought out because I'm broke. And that's all that keeps happening. So, minding the philosophies of life and the politics of living in business, you still gotta feed your family, you still gotta eat, you still gotta stay constructive. And to make a change, you become a threat. So I dropped the album called The Incentive. It is an incentive. It's an incentive to see what people is at, what people are thinking. It's an incentive to everybody in every form or class of society. It's an incentive to me to continue this music game. It's an incentive for me to go back to my roots and my culture and support that instead of supporting a culture that's teaching me to sell out all the time and sell my culture away. So I did music and I did songs for everybody. I did songs of progression, songs of a song for spiritual stability, a song for warlords, and everybody in the real struggle against oppression that's looking at it from a political perspective. And I did a song for the dope boys who's always gonna be here. I don't give a fuck what I think or what I do. Somebody's always gonna try and get their money their way. I'm not here to say whether that's right or wrong. If a man feels that he gotta steal a plum to eat, I can't tell another man to not sell drugs to survive if that's what he feels he gotta do. Whether that's promoting it or not, I don't see it that way. I see it as having compassion as an artist for the craft of another man. Because if he's successful at it, and he's successful at it, and that's a life that I could have been successful at, but I never tried. But because I know I can be successful at it, and I could have been very successful at it. If I would have sold drugs, I would have been a rich man right now. Because I already know how to do it as a businessman, not not just as a corner stander. And if I would have sold drugs, I would have tried to make it as far as I could in the political sphere. Because all the dope dealers that sell them to politicians ain't getting locked up. Because most of the politicians are the drug dealers, because they get all the dope when they get it from the small niggas. But I don't want to be a drug dealer. I care about people. Crack was put in the black community everywhere. That black people had property from the 60s and the 70s. Crack was made by a mastermind to take the real estate of all the progressive blacks from the 50s, 60s, and 70s. That's what crack was. And with the installation of free love to get the people mixing, the blacks mixing with whites, and get the coke in the black community, a lot of people got hooked on coke because everyone was taking it through free love. And then when crack came out, a lot of people was lying to the people on powder, telling them, yo, it's the same shit, when they knew that it was going to destroy them at a different level. And that's where the destruction of the black community came out, because the crack cocaine was being pumped mostly in the black communities, in the urban centers, and any white person or anybody with an intelligent brain does not live in an urban area. They despise the urban area. The urban area is there to support the suburb or the country. So anyone who's intelligent is not going to get caught up in this drug problem. And as long as you're in the suburb, you have a better opportunity of life. And as long as you're in the country, as you can see, you've got land and cows and land as a collateral to come back and buy out the city after it gets cheap again. When you get those niggers to lose their properties. And I'm not talking about black people as niggas alone. Anyone succumb to niggerdom, or who is living niggerishly. So it's not a black or white thing anymore, it's a mentality thing, which I express in my book. And for the past 10 years, entertainers have been recruited to promote this niggardly mentality, not just upon blacks, but across the board. And if you're not being recruited, or you don't want to be recruited to promote the niggerish mentality of wearing clothes with your fucking underwear hanging out like a panty, then you're not gonna get a record sale, or you're not gonna get a real record deal. Or, and this is just to destroy everybody. I was just downtown Atlanta yesterday, the day before. You got white niggas standing out there with their ass out. You had on fucking pink pants with one leg rolled up, right? And the ass of the pants was down, so you could see his ass and his pants, and they was tight as shit. Do you understand? They're trying to create a new culture of people, and they're trying to scare a negative ideology, because the business standard is still a suit and tie. The business standard is not locks, okay? The business standard of professionalism is still controlled by a military thought process or a government thought process of clean-cut, white-shaved ideology. So anyone who follows the entertainer with the ink on their neck, the ink on their arms, now you fall into a target when they train the police officers to look at you. Okay? They can still do the same shit, but once they take their oaths of office, when they're on duty, they have a different mentality. The mentality now is anyone who's not wearing the oath and looks this way is a threat. And now it's an easier way of supporting the system through a manipulation of the mind You're following the entertainers. You think you're an entertainer. You ain't an entertainer. But you know what? You're looking like a criminal. You're looking like a suspect. And they're utilizing these entertainers to do it. And I mentioned this in my album. I mentioned this in my book. So now you see why people want to embrace me as an artist, because I have quality. But then they also don't want to embrace me because no one wants to embrace somebody they can't control. And I'm being offered opportunities right now to get into entertainment. But I believe it's only to be controlled. And I was told the other day that there's only a small window to get in the game. And I don't agree with that. I believe that it's only a small window for me to be made famous and die broke. So for everybody listening to this video, I'm being honest. This is Commander Zero, the gal them hero. Fucking around, but Brooklyn, New York, stand up. Queens, New York, fucking stand up. Harlem, fucking stand up. Where we at with this music, man? Nobody is stepping up. Hearing this southern shit is putting cats in a spell on the game. No disrespect to southern rappers. T.I., where you at? Luda, where you at? The real niggas. And they got a few other real dudes in the business in the rap game that I just don't know, because I'm living in Atlanta and I'm not from Atlanta. There's only about 3 artists that I know of when I hear them on the radio, even though I feel they flow and I know where they come, I hear what they saying, but they still got a southern flow. And I'm like, yo, he's nice. And you know what? Majority of them is like them gangster niggas who's just on the mic. And you hear them once in a while on the track, and they getting money, but they still underground, even though they got underground tracks. Stand up. All these other dudes that's promoting that entertainment garbage, that's only here to dazzle you and razzle you and keep you in a trance of stupidity, that's spiritual warfare, brothers and sisters. That's magic, brothers and sisters. Remember, it's Hollywood. They're here to cast spells. So y'all want to hear some music? I wrote my song and they didn't like it. So I went to the dance hall arena and my friends don't like it. Not because they don't like me, but because they feel that it's hard to see somebody that you truly know not just be an artist, but make it to superstardom. That's a scary sight for everybody. It's scary for my wife. Okay? She heard I was about to go to LA to do acting. She came to New York, dropped all the shit off, and got me back in this fucking truck. After she said, yo, you gonna be kissing people and acting on TV? Fuck that. It's a scary thing to be successful. Alright? When I was about to Bogart Puff Daddy, my moms were scared of me being successful in entertainment. Now, I'm gonna throw all your shit out on the street. If you go do that, you better go to City College. See what I'm showing you? Success is a fearful thing for poor people, poor-minded people. When they see you gonna not just be successful, but be a superstar in it, and that you're really good up in it, it's not that they don't want to support it. They also just don't want to see somebody from their age surpass them. And instead of looking at race as a color, we all in a race of competition to see who's doing what. That's what they got the fucking reunions for, family reunions, school reunions. See where the fuck everybody's at. You know, nobody want to be the loser. But it's not about losing, because we all winners as long as we're working together. You support my album, I support your business. You a friend of mine, you knew me from back then. You want to start a company selling tiles, I'll give you 50 G's to start your company selling tiles. You know why? Because that's why the government is saying they pissed off, but they still orchestrating the poverty by allowing people to not create businesses. And black people are the number one people not creating businesses, because when black people was creating businesses through the Nation of Islam, through the Moorish Science Temple, we had businesses every fucking way. And they had to destroy Gary, Indiana. They had to destroy Chicago. They got to destroy New York and LA with crack, and Houston, and all the places where we thrive, and take back the real estate. And notice, drive through these places. Drive to Gary. Properties are still dilapidated and fucked up. Why? Because of crack. Because niggas had all the property. Drive through Atlanta right now. White people taking it back over. No disrespect to white people. This is not a racist comment. I'm a real estate broker. Wherever y'all go, value goes up. So all the niggas who own their properties since 1970, 1960, they want you white people to move in their neighborhood to reestablish their value. What we're talking about is from Generation X forward, or the generation before Generation X forward, the plan has been that we don't have shit. That's the propaganda that I'm talking about. Through the music, they're gonna teach you to fucking take drugs and be a gangster rapper and walk around with your pants hanging down and put tattoos on your face and all this shit. Because when you do all that shit, no fucking worthwhile banker is gonna fund you. No worthwhile person is gonna look at you. When I was at I went to law school, came back out of law school, I didn't make it for political reasons, right? Go back to the broker I was working with, and I was quit. I wanted to transfer to a black man's real estate company. So they wanted to hold me, you know what I mean? They were like, listen, man, you know why you wanna go stay with us? And the white man straight said to me in my face, well, I don't see why you wanna leave the company. You don't have any, you can do well here. I'm willing to help you. You don't have any tattoos on your neck and tattoos on your face. So you see, he saw an opportunity for me to become his host. And more than likely starts taking the black property of the black community and giving it to him because I could be his bird dog. Signing off. This your man Zero, CZ. Start looking out for everything. I'm gonna post the songs from the album. I'm gonna do videos. Danger Zone, one of the promotional videos. Alright, man, that video supposed to be filmed in Jamaica or Africa. Didn't get a chance to do it. Alright, Maga Dog. I can piece some things together and make a collage video for that one. In the Place, I can make a video for that one. But, you know, y'all niggas know, video kill the radio star. And if you ain't got no damn video, your shit ain't moving. And that's why you need more money than ever today, because Bad Boy set the trend. The videos is what sold them from the beginning. And the only thing that's gonna sell me is the videos, aside from posting on YouTube. So for all the people out there that's already fans and don't know it, all the people out there that's already fans and don't like it, and don't want to support it, I feel you and I understand, but I'm gonna tell you something right now. If I drop my album right now and put it on YouTube, I'm gonna get fired from this job. And I'm gonna have to find a place to put this shit, find a place to live. And I'm homeless right now. This is what homeless niggas do, use their brain to survive. But you know what? I ain't mad because I'm homeless. I bought a brand new house down south, and all the police and shit was looking at me, and all the old school niggas was looking at me like I so dope to get it. Cause a black nigga can't be young with a brand new fucking 4-bedroom, 2.5 bath. So fuck owning property in this country. It's about doing business in this country. Cause black men don't keep property. You're supposed to just give it away. So let's get this business done. And start doing progressive music, progressive business, helping our people, helping our fellow man, helping our sisters, and helping our brothers, and helping our children. Because the children are the future. No matter what we want to say, no matter how we gonna put it. And to my wife, you know what I'm saying? Shit ain't work out because I'm West Indian and my culture is strong and your people want you to be with an American. But you gotta understand, from the very first time I placed my eyes on you, girl, my heart said follow through. That's all I gotta say to you. You know what I'm saying? It's your love that I'm waiting on. It's your love that I'm running from. I'm waiting on your love to come to me. But I'm running from your love because the love you want is the love I can't give. You understand? Peace out, BK, stand up. Wagwan brethren. All of my brethrens them. Big up to all the people I went to high school with. Big up to all the people I went to elementary with. It's time to start living up. No matter what you're doing, live up, live up. And support the eye, yo. If you don't like what the eye I bring out, then just, you know, don't hate it, just love it. Every time I get in my truck every morning, every 2 morning, I do my thing them, you know. And I sing that tune. How it go again? How it go again? Them no build great man, them only kill great man. Babylon be still a no underrated man. Some a ball Satan and work for Pope John. Can't make them overcome. Them no build great man, them only kill great man. Babylon be still a no underrated man. Some a ball Satan and work for Pope John. Can't make them overcome. Great is great. Cannot be underrated. Great is great. Not to appreciate. See your brother's greatness, try your best to endorse it. Don't play bad mind and cross it. Where your roots and your culture there. Who no lost this? Rasta come to endorse this. Still great man. Them no build great man, them only kill great man. Babylon be still a no underrated man. Some a ball Satan and work for Pope John. Can't make them overcome. Them no build great man, them only kill great man. Babylon be still a no underrated man. Some a ball Satan and work for Pope John. Can't make them overcome. Great is great. Cannot be underrated. Great is great. Got to appreciate. See your brother's greatness, try your best to endorse it. Don't play bad mind and cross it. Where your roots and your culture there. Who no lost this? Rasta come to endorse this. Oh, be a great man. Oh, be a great man. I used to hang out every night. Used to go from club to club, searching for true love. But now I found that loving you no longer have to sleep around, 'cause I have you, baby. 'Cause I'm always thinking about you. I should have did that. 'Cause I'm always thinking about you and all the things you do for me. And there's so much out there for me, but the only thing I want is to be with you. So many places I could be, but the only thing I want is to be with you, baby. I always know that home is you, and that's where I wanna be. I can sing, yo. Shout out to Tracy Lee. Shout out to Trey Lee. Trey Lee, where you at? You know, Trey Lee was the first dude to drop that song with Biggie until the remix was done on that album, that album after Biggie died. Shout out to Trey Lee. You know what I'm saying? One of the best rappers that I believe in. You know, Philly stand up, Baltimore stand up. Tracy Lee's album was good. I'm gonna tell you what Tracy Lee's album went down. Trey Lee's album went down because he did that church bit. If he didn't do that church bit, the album would have went gold, at least gold. You know what I'm saying? But up to Trey Lee, you gotta give it up. And I'm gonna give it up, baby. You know what I mean? I want to do a song with Trey Lee. I want to pull his card, pull him out from wherever he hiding. If he's still on this planet, wherever he hiding, I want to pull Trey Lee out. You know why? Because I understand Trey. You know what I'm saying? You got a college degree. You know what I'm saying? My mom's my people's mad because I got a degree and didn't use it. You know what I'm saying? Devil's at my job because I'm braided. You know, keeping it fucking real. Shouts to Trey Lee. Shouts to all my dudes out there that's doing it and doing it well. And they got skills, but they not being seen. I want to start up a label. And I want to start bringing back dudes that got heart in this business and got skill. All these young dudes, no disrespect. Majority of the dudes after Generation X, they just actors. They actors because they only talking about what they saw and what they want to hold on to. They're not talking about what they lived and what they had to deal with. 80s babies, we know what it's like to come outside and almost get stole on by a cokehead that's 50, 45 years old. You got a grown ass man. I'm saying, I'm walking out Pennsylvania Avenue one day, I got a grown ass crack nigga trying to take my chain. You know, you 13 years old, you 11-year-olds fighting grown men. You start looking at life differently. It's not that it's survival of the fittest. It's not that you an animal, but you have respect for life, bro. You got respect for your ability, and you got a way of seeing it and trying to make a better way. Whereas these young dudes, it's about acting like us. So, yeah, I'm 33 right now. Anybody between 30 and 42 that been in the business, that know the business, it's time for us to reclaim our genre of music and make it something better. If we don't do it, it's gonna be lost. And that's including dancehall today too. That's including dancehall today too. Because it's getting stale. It's getting stale. I just wrote a song yesterday. No disrespect to Movado. No disrespect to nobody. But I just wrote a song. I wrote a song Saturday. Man, I just got up and wrote the song, yo. Right? Culture, can't give it up, just live it up, can't give it up, never give it up. Culture, can't give it up, just live it up, never give it up, can't give it up. So I said, yo, let me go search for a rhythm. So let me search for a rhythm, yo. And I fucking go on the internet and I see the MP5 rhythms. I'm like, oh shit, man, that shit sound hot. That, out of all the rhythms that I pulled up so far for April 2014, I could put it on this one and it'll be fire. But then I see Movado got a song and he the artist that they pumping for the album for the rhythm. So I'm like, all right, let me listen to the song, Movado. The tune alright, you know. It could better. And then you got a verse, a chorus, and you use up in the chorus. So I was like, oh shit. Whatever spirit you was in, whatever you was doing, me and you coming out with something similar and put it on the same track. And I didn't even hear the track before I wrote the tune. So now it's a big problem. Because if I bust my tune on it, it's gonna look like I was following Movado. Right? Because Movado are the big artists. But I woke up Saturday and just write the tune and looking for a rhythm. And then now I can't even get the rhythm because the album don't bust until the 29th, which is this Saturday coming. And if I get the rhythm and I bust it, it's gonna look like I'm biting Movado style when I just woke up the next morning and write the tune. You know what I'm saying? But what I'm saying is, when you listen to the tune, he getting tired. Movado get tired. The music industry is getting tiring because of the same people. The best albums, the best songs is compilation songs, compilation album. People want to hear different style. People want to hear flavor. When you listen to people like Wu-Tang Clan, their songs are good not just because the content is on fire, but because you hearing from RZA, and then you hearing from Meth, and then you hearing from different people. It's just not one person that try to take the limelight every time in the same track. Even though you have to drop your own album, black people, what's going on with compilation? Why are we not doing it? Reggae, I understand because we all run the same rhythm, so it's compilation still. You're gonna still mix the tune down, but the rhythm down. So dance all right. But Movado, so what happened to the second verse, son? What happened to the second verse of the tune, son? It looked like the first verse come nice, and the second verse just fall off, and it's just the chorus of keeping it going. Artists, stick to the artistry of the game. You understand it? Buster, switch over to dancehall, bus. Buster, you should have been doing reggae and dancehall from fucking 1998. When you do your music and you start your chat on fucking dancehall, that's where you belong, boss. I know you're in love, but it didn't work. But boss, if you would just come home, son, you know he chilling with family. We all Jamaican, son. Come home, bust the rhymes. Come home, bust the rhymes. And start bust your rhyme and bring back your culture. Because it's only dancehall to hold it down right now other than Jay-Z and fucking Lil Wayne, son. It's dancehall time now. And it's time for dancehall to bring back rap too. If y'all ain't feeling it, then y'all living on a different planet. Y'all niggas living on Saturn or Neptune. Y'all niggas is freezing. So if y'all living on this planet where it's warm, then y'all understanding what I'm saying. Because guess what? Even if I do the music, culture can't give it up, just live it up, never give it up, can't give it up. Culture can't give it up, just live it up, never give it up, can't give it up, yeah. Them want control we walk and control we dealings, control we talk and control we seedlings. Talk with a purpose, yo. They took down Buju somehow, some way, because they started talking with a purpose. They took Vibes Cartel. So he start change. Watch the game, black people. Watch the game, white people. And watch the game where you are play to God. My father always said there's a creator up there. All this shit don't come from nothing. Commander Zero, sign off. Can't give it up, can't give it up, leave it up, never give it up. Can't give it up, yeah. Can't give it up, can't give it up, leave it up, never give it up, can't give it up, yeah. Them want control we talk and a control we breathing. Control we walk and a control we seedlings. We get the money if we shave off we dealing. No props game bad card me not feeling. Lose or lose, win or win, what them feeling. Them say Rasta fi die, what them dreaming. Jamaican always clearing the hearing. Free man them fearing. Hey, can't give it up, can't give it up, leave it up, never give it up. Can't give it up, culture. Can't give it up, can't give it up, leave it up. Never leave it up, can't give it up, yeah. You see, to take a heart, you just damage the psyche. Try kill me daughter, me not take it lightly. Prostitution, them to tighty. Them get bright, now them turn spitey. So you brother to you get brighty. Yeah, I already wrote the tune, but I'm just fucking around with the lines. Cause sometimes you have to put the lines where you want them. Sometimes you have to change the lines. Sometimes you write the lines and then you keep saying something else. It's like that's what it should be. So you just work with it, don't fight it. Write it. You're coming on my house. Don't talk no scared shit to me. I'm the roughest, toughest, blood clot Jamaican in the United States of America. Don't talk no scared shit to me. People wonder why music is so important in people's lives. Because this is the life that you have to live in this world. I'm not with my daughter. I'm not with my son. I'm calling all the investigators that are investigating me right now. They don't answer, but they know how to call me on Saturdays and Sundays when I'm off, just to check on me and see what I'm doing with some bogus bullshit and keep me on the phone for 3 hours so that they can say they was on the phone with me the whole time, triangulating my location and shit. I'm sitting in the truck. I can't run the radio all night. No one's answering the fucking phone. There's no one to talk to. And I'm supposed to be happy that I got a job. Like, even if I was in my cubicle. It's the same shit. You come to fucking work. You don't work all the time. But yet you gotta go to work. And then they fucking you on your pay so you can't move on anyway. But then they hate you when you ain't working and taking initiative to do shit. And then at the end of the day, you don't got nobody to call on. You're always isolated by yourself anyway. That's the whole objective. Isolate you so you can't work with your family to make money. So that you get so pissed off. I'm supposed to be doing this shit, get so pissed off in my personal life that I make errors with my finances over and over and over and over and over again. Dumb niggas, everybody fucks up. Dumb niggas keep fucking up over and over again. And fucking smart people fuck up and learn something. Alright, so since I've been working this job, I didn't get an apartment. So I guess I'm a dope boy. Cause I don't want an apartment. I don't fucking fuck with apartments. That's why when I moved to Georgia, I bought a fucking house. When I left from New York to move to Georgia, I moved from a house. I only got an apartment, and that was the worst shit I ever did in my life. But it was because I was single, it was different. Being married, I'm a light-skinned nigga from New York. I be down in Georgia in a fucking apartment, and all the niggas want to fuck my wife and fucking fuck me up or rob me because I'm they can hear from my accent. I ain't different down south, y'all. I ain't from down south, y'all. So you know what I'm saying, y'all? I'm a pussy now, y'all. And then they fucking know everybody in Atlanta, and they can gun butt me and kill me, and nobody gives a fuck because I'm not from down there. But these motherfuckers at this company don't give a shit about my safety. They don't give a fuck about my position. I'm some type of big time drug dealer to these people. I don't even know how. But I know that faggot from Connecticut has fucking destroyed my opportunities over and over and over again. Because he's covering his own lies, what he has done to destroy my family members. And he knows I'm the only person that talks about it on the phone. I'm the only person who ain't forgiven him. Because everybody else has forgiven and forget because they're willing to blame poor people for doing dumb shit. Because he's a politician, he's not going to get in trouble. He's a lawyer. He can get all the lawyers and all the politicians and all the FBI and all the CIA on his side to cover his shit that he fucking did. And he doesn't give a shit if it's fucking my life up, fucking my kids' life up, fucking up everybody around me who I'm trying to help to survive or get better. And you know what? Now look at it. I'm in a fucking truck. I'm not making no money. They make sure they sell me a truck that needs repair, needs a clutch, needs tires. They think I'm some stupid dick who's gonna drive with a fucking a truck full of recaps, and then the shit slides off, and then I pay $2,000 just to get one tire. Why would I do that? I'm gonna save my money, but why didn't you get an apartment? No, you asshole. I didn't get an apartment because I'm not a dumb dick. If I would have got an apartment, I wouldn't have been able to get tires. And then the cap would have came off, and then you would fuck me, finance me, and I would have to keep paying you. So you see, these people are devils. They don't want you to be intelligent. They want you to be a stupid fuck and fall into every single trap that they set for you. The other day they sent a drone Ford Focus to hit me in Colorado to fucking damage my drive line straight from the fucking drive shafts up. But I'm supposed to be a dumb shit and just believe that it was just an accident. And the motherfucking nigga driving it told me he a student and he got mud all over his fucking shoes and mud all over his clothes like he ran to the scene and stepped in a mud puddle. But I'm supposed to be a dumb shit as though Colorado is not a state where they got all these military fucking operations going on. They got fucking military base in the mountains up there. And I'm supposed to just be a stupid shit who don't put two and two together. They give me the truck, it's beautiful, it's nice, it's running good, but then guess what? Yeah, make it look good. Give him a brand new chassis, give him a brand new transmission, do all this nice shit for him, give him a strong motor, but give him a bad fucking clutch. The clutch is fucking so old. When I first got the shit was rattling like a motherfucker. I'm driving up the mountains, it sounds like it's about to pop out. It's only because I'm not a dick that I drive smooth. And I pray to the Most High Creator of all to bless me and bless my endeavors and bless my vehicle. Why I've been driving this shit with a bad clutch since fucking February 11th. And it's fucking April fucking 22nd. It's only the graces of the Most High Creator that these people don't believe in. They believe in their oaths to the fucking government, and they believe in their power of given to them by the government and all this shit. And every snare, every trap that they throw at me, I'm surviving it. And then they hate me more. But then they can't do shit. So what they gonna do? They gonna keep harassing me. I show up, I come to town, I don't have no fucking place to live in Atlanta. Me and my wife got into it a fucking 2 weeks ago. I show up in Atlanta, I gotta get a new radio, I put a new radio. It's a bad thing now. I'm breaking my own truck down and put a radio in my own truck. That's bad. So I must be busting it down possibly and putting some shit in here anyway. I can't even install a radio in my own shit. I can't even park the truck and motherfucking have peace. They gotta send a nigga to park overnight in front of me the whole time. Park and watch me the whole time. The other day in Mississippi when they fucking came in and stole my fucking gas card, right? The nigga see me pour out some piss out my window. He thought I was pouring something else out. And then that's why they took my fucking car from me. They're gonna continue to harass me. Because these people are devils. And I'm understanding that these people are really and truly out to get me. Whoever the fuck they are, and they're all government affiliated. Majority of them are government affiliated. They don't like the content of my book because I talked about how Henry Ford's daughter was talking shit about how good men finish last. So that means you like the fact that your dad was a fucking bad man, slaving people in his fucking factories and not paying them and hiring the mob to threaten them to keep them working. And you don't want me to expose that in my book. So you're gonna go fucking work with the government, because the government done work with Ford for so long that they more than likely bought Ford out. And they paying them large dividends just to operate the company. And then now you're gonna have the government put in a drone technology to hit me in Colorado. You're that sour, Miss Ford. You're that fucking sour about my book. You made the comment on TV. Maybe you should watch what you say instead of hating on people who are watching what you say. But you're telling the truth. Good men finish last, and that's why I ain't shit. And I'm fucking sitting in a truck by myself in the fucking dark that needs a fucking clutch and needs tires in an industry that y'all want me, the government wants me out of because they don't trust me. But all these other black niggas around here who's fucking driving and making $4,000 a week, and they're giving the money to their friends, whether it be a black nigga or Russian, they funnel it through drugs. That's fine, they could do it. Why so much hatred upon me for? Because all these Russian niggas and all these fucking motherfuckers from out of this country, they not dumb. Especially the white ones. The niggas y'all gonna keep targeting. Why don't y'all fucking look at these Slavics? They're all driving trucks. One of them came up to me last week talking about, yo, man, I'll fucking drive 1,500 miles in a day. But I know when his white ass drives through the motherfucking scale house, you see a white face, you let him go. And while he's making $10,000 a week breaking the fucking DOT, you're gonna ride my dick for nothing. So keep doing it. Keep sending people to spy on me. Keep sending people to watch me in their trucks sitting around blocking me in. Now I'm looking for some oil I have from Saturday and this fucking shit. I can't even find it. I fucking leave, I go into town, I come back, there's a nigga sitting there waiting for me, and as soon as I show up, he gets on a motorcycle and drives off. Right after I write a song talking about how they have mad niggas that they ride like bikes. You wanna continue to fuck with me? You want a fucking problem, and this is why I wrote my album, and this is why I wrote that book, and now you wanna persecute me for reacting. And this is what you call a bully. United States of fucking America is the biggest fucking bully on the god. I just got the truck clutch changed. The torque spec on the clutch truck, the truck clutch is 1,750 pounds of torque, foot-pounds of torque. I went ahead and bought a clutch at 2,050 foot-pounds of torque. Did that so that I can get up the mountains with these heavy loads that this company CRST keeps giving us. What people don't realize about CRST is they focus on steel, and that's not their problem. The problem is majority of the time when you're doing flatbeds for them, they put you on a lease truck, lying about how you're going to be able to buy it, but they constantly weigh down the trucks. I don't give a shit if your truck is new. I don't give a shit if your truck is old or refurbished. You don't want to pull heavy loads every single time, every single day. It's going to stress your transaxle, your transmission, and your engine. What happens majority of the time with the lease trucks, they fuck up within a certain amount of time all the time. And they don't have no problem fixing it, but it's damn well discouraging to the driver who's trying to buy it. And then by the time you really think about it, they just switch you to another truck. Because they don't want to pay you downtime, and that one's probably halfway on its way out also. So now you get frustrated and you walk away, and then they keep all your money. Now, I didn't want to buy this white truck. I was going to buy a pink truck in Kentucky. And I spoke to the recruiter, Norma Jean, and gave her the VIN number of the truck so she can give me a temporary tag to drive it to the Rockport, Indiana terminal. The dealer's out of Louisville, Kentucky. He didn't tell me there was shit wrong with the fucking truck. He was just waiting for me to come and take it. He put new tires on it, put a new clutch on it. So anybody who wanted to buy it just had to deal with the ugly ass fucking conditions. And as you can see, these old trucks are fucking ugly anyway. Because majority of the time, if you really want to make money in trucking, you gotta fucking do flatbed. Walk around with chains like a fucking ghost or a slave. Anyway, I give this Norma Jean lady the VIN and the address to the dealer. And all of a sudden, the fucking dealer doesn't know if the truck is ready, and the tank needs a strap, and it needs 2 windshields, 2, not even 1. How the fuck you selling a product, and all of a sudden after I give the recruiter this shit, you're telling me that they got all these problems? Well, at the time there were only 2 trucks in my price range. The white one here, and the pink one in Kentucky. I mind driving a pink truck as long as I'll be able to make money up front. I just finished working for Warner Enterprises. They fucked with me. The lady there picked a fight. I didn't fight back, and then they went ahead and sent some asshole to ask me a shitload of questions and try to get me to leave anyway. So they didn't want me to get more than 3 months, just like Schneider National did to me. So you see, folks, this whole trucking industry is run by a big fucking mob, and they're all in it together. And they don't want anybody to come up in it and make what you're really supposed to make in trucking, which is about a minimum of $1,500 to $4,000 a week. So they fucking sign you on, pay you $500 a week, the most $750 if they like you, and try to slave you for fucking ever. And they don't want to tell you if you get your own fucking shit, you'll be making $1,000 a week. I mean, $1,500 to $2,500 a week just for doing what you normally do. If you're doing flatbed, you do 3 loads a week, you should be making $1,500 a week working with their bullshit. Doing it by yourself, you should be making about $2,700. Doing dry van, you can drop and hook. If you get 5 fucking loads for the week, 2 shorts and 3 longs, you should be pulling in $4,500. That's what these companies don't want you to get, drivers and students. And that's why they stay on Washington, lining the politicians' pockets, so the average man can't fucking get a good job that can help him buy a house. They make sure they pay you McDonald's money while you're fucking driving around without your children and your wife. Well, anyway, back to my situation. The only other fucking choice was to buy this white truck. Ironically, the motherfucking shit was right outside the corporate office of Warner Enterprises out in Omaha. And then on top of that, in the same state as the motherfucking office for CRST Malone and CRST Expedited. Long story short, people, they don't want me being an owner-operator or driving trucks in this fucking business. Because they tried to oust me twice, I fucking bought a truck, so I had to get a job. I gotta take care of my family. So I'm gonna spend money from that we saved. And what they've done now is because I've spent all my savings and they got the dealer to lie to me about the condition of that truck, they steered me to buy this truck. When I got the truck, it's got 8 recaps on it that were ready to come off. Good tread depth, no glue. And then they gave me the truck with no motherfucking clutch, so that the clutch can go bad on me or the tires go bad on me. And then they turn around and fucking charge me a shitload of fees that they pay to the large companies, the TA or the Loves, to come out and repair and tow. So I know they steered me to this truck. This fucking window doesn't even go all the way up. I did an album, so they think I smoke marijuana, and they make sure this window doesn't go up. So if I quote unquote decided to smoke marijuana, it would go through the window. This door, driver door, doesn't close. It's fixed. It's fixed. So that if I lock it, if you pull on it at least 3 times, if I just turn the key. If I turn the key and lock the door, then obviously with these older trucks, they can always just break into this by pulling the side thing open and then open the lock. So this whole experience for me has been a setup. And I knew it from the start, so I've been homeless trying to work and fix the truck. So I finally got some money up by running out to Colorado and Nebraska, and I bought new tires immediately. If the tire shop comes out and you're on the side of the fucking road and you need someone to come out, then you're gonna have to pay somebody to come out, and they'll come out for $1,000 and put 1 tire on. So when I got my first 2,000, I traded in all those recaps because they had good tread for all brand new tires. I got $90 a tire, which brought the price down to $2,100. Bought new tires in Nebraska. Mind you, my old clutch, even though it was slipping and fucked up, that shit would do a minimum of 35 up this hill, and I allegedly just put in a new clutch with 2050 torque pounds of foot-pounds of torque. And you see, I'm going up this mountain and I'm only at 30. And I just dropped down to 25. So I think CRST called the guy and told him to steal my clutch, put in a regular replacement clutch, and then just fucking give it back to me, because, or they told him to change it and mark up the prices, so I lost money. And then they sent somebody to their drop yard and tuned it down so that it keeps overheating, and then the engine goes bad because I just fixed the clutch. This, people, is what organized crime is. Organized crime is not blacks in the ghetto. It's not the Russians anymore, or the Chinese, whatever. And it damn sure isn't the Italians anymore. The organized crime lords are all doing large business. As I mentioned before, even with my bad clutch, I would be able to do 35 miles per hour up this hill. Now, do you see how hot this is getting? That's why they probably tuned my truck down. I checked my mileage after I picked up my truck, and the mileage didn't go anywhere but 0.4 miles. So the guy who did the replacement didn't drive it anywhere. But all of a sudden, 8 miles is registered this morning when I calculated it, And the only way 8 miles could have registered is if somebody moved the truck and brought it somewhere. And if it was 8 miles to get there, they could also send someone who's mechanically inclined with the portable computer and then detune the motor so that I can only do 55 miles an hour. And therefore, this is a 500 horsepower N14 Cummins engine. This engine is supposed to last, and you can tune it up to 500 horsepower. Now, if I even detune it to 430 horsepower, which is the lowest horsepower it can go, right? And I still put a 2050 foot-pound clutch in it, it should be fucking going faster than 28 miles per hour up this hill right now. Watch how fast this Hellwick truck passes me. Now, if I just change the clutch on this truck, why is it going so slow uphill? I am pulling 45,000 pounds worth of fucking plastic. It is ass heavy and taking up the full length of the bed. And that's another plan to destroy the engine, because they're making sure that it's a full, heavy, long load so that I overheat going up this mountain here or one of the other mountains on the way to Illinois. The engine goes bad and I'm out of the business. Warner Enterprises, Schneider National, and now CRST Malone is making sure that they destroy my opportunities to become a truck driver for I don't know what reason. My music and the book that I wrote has nothing to do with them. As you can see though, I'm running at 219 on the temperature, and it never got that high even with the bad clutch. Now, if I just replace this clutch with a new one, why am I not going anywhere up this mountain? Okay? Now, I'm running this video because I want people to understand that the real gangsters are working with the government, doing big business. The people who are destroying our lives are the ones who don't care about us and our children, but they want us to work for them every single day. Now, mind you, again, I'm going very slow up this mountain. And for the first time in my life since I've had this truck, I have a check engine light. Do you see it? High coolant temperature. This is what they want from me. This is why they have fucking just told the mechanic to fuck up my truck. Okay, high coolant temperature. So the guy told me if I ever get high coolant temperature, pull over, keep the clutch engaged and turn up the fan on high and put it on hot. And that should let the temperature go down. What I'm showing you is this has never happened before. And now you see why they constantly give heavy loads, extremely heavy loads for all CRST freight. When I book my loads, I'm always trying to book a load in a flat area. And they've been giving me pure loads, running me to Pennsylvania and posting them on the board only so that I'm forced to ride the mountains in Pennsylvania, and they're gonna give me extremely heavy loads. When I first started with the company, they would give me 1 or 2 coils, steel coils. In the past few weeks, since I've been working with them, they've been giving me 4 coils, 5 coils, 6 coils, and basically just weighing the truck down all the way. There is no way that I just put a brand new clutch in here for the purpose of climbing these mountains and I'm still overheating because the transmission is not moving, because the engine is not picking up. Now I checked the coolant levels. The coolant levels were good. The coolant has no oil mixture. That means that there is no oil mixed in the antifreeze to show that there's a break of the actual head gasket. Okay? So if my head gasket's not broken, my coolant level is good. The truck has a brand new clutch. Brand new clutch. Why is it going 25 miles per hour uphill? When I dropped the clutch off, the brand new clutch off to the guy at Affordable Truck Repair in Georgia, in Forest Park, Georgia, he was happy. He looked at me like, hey man, you're really about your shit. You went and bought a brand new clutch. You got the alignment installation kit. You got everything. He was happy that I came prepared and respected that. And I saw that in him. And he saw that I'm trying to get my truck ready. And we were fine. After I gave him the truck, and the company kept harassing me about me and where I was, why I wasn't showing up to work, what I was doing with my truck. They called me and harassed me about the cost. The guy at Affordable told me it would be $830 to do the complete change. And he lied about that after they more than likely called him to tell him to fuck me. And then the guy at Affordable raises the fee for the repair from $830 to $1,200, to $1,004, and then tells me I need a new flywheel, which didn't make sense because the flywheel felt real good. Now I can't really attest to the flywheel. I'll be quite honest with you. I'm not going to tell a lie. I won't attest to the flywheel, but what I will attest to is the fact that this vehicle should be moving up these mountains faster with a new clutch. So it's either he stole the new clutch, put the old clutch back in and charged me for the replacement, or he did put in the new clutch. Now, whenever you change a clutch on a truck or a car, it's best to change the rear main seal, and it's also best to change the rear main seal, and in order to do that, you have to take off the back cover. I go there to pick up my truck last week, Thursday. Today is May 6th of 2014, May 7th of 2014. I go to pick up my truck on the previous Thursday, and the guy sits there and tells me, he says, hey man, the guys put your transmission back on and everything, but we forgot to put sealant on your rear cover. The entire rear cover. Now, if you know a rear cover on an engine, it takes up the entire back of the engine. How the fuck are you a seasoned mechanic and you put the cover back on without sealant? Much less put the rear main seal on without sealant. And I'm not a certified mechanic, but I know this. Anyway, it didn't make sense what he told me at Affordable. Now he told me he had to drop my oil pan because he's going to order a new oil pan gasket, because the only way to seal it is to take the oil pan down to seal that area, which is a lie. Because when you seal the back of an engine cover, it's flat, it's a plate. So once you put it on and you seal it and you put it on, there's nothing going to be coming out of the bottom by the oil pan. But he lied and said he had to drop the oil pan now in order to put on a new gasket on the oil pan in order to seal the back of the engine. That makes no sense. He was more than likely told by CRST to fuck up the engine because the transmission is good, and now I changed the clutch. And now I'm sitting on the side of the highway, and this is not going to be the first time, and it's not going to be the last time. What I'm saying is, no matter whether what I'm saying about the clutch is true or not, what you must understand is that the companies, Warner Enterprises and CRST Malone, work together to steer me to buy this truck, and they made it look so good and use a broker to sell it. Nice paint, brand new chassis, nice deep tires, but bad clutch, needs a turbo, And if all else fails, they have the opportunity and the right to tamper with the truck at their lots and lower the RPM or the speed. Now let me just explain something to you about speed, torque, and torque, especially in truck driving. Truck drivers need torque and speed. If you don't have torque, you can't get speed. And if you got a whole bunch of torque and no speed, you can't take the mountains. So if I just increase the torque to take the mountains, the only thing to destroy my torque is to take away speed. Now by taking away speed, the engine is gonna explode because it's designed to be running up these mountains and these hills, but it's not being given the speed to use the torque. So what you end up with is a large chamber full of combustion that's gonna just fucking explode at the gaskets. No matter if I have a coolant issue, because I did put some additives in my coolant, it should not be running this hot because I just increased the torque. They steered me to buy this truck to steal my money, my $10,000, which they got. They steered me to buy this truck because it needed new tires. They ran me so far so I couldn't make any money other than to buy the equipment or get shut down out of the business. And they constantly load me with the heaviest loads possible that they can load me with. And that's why people can't stay in this business, much less me. Thank you for watching, and I'm gonna make another video. I have to get to the nearest truck stop. The objective is to get the temperature at a steady heated temperature, and then let the head gasket kind of steam its way off from the block. Look at how I'm being catched. I'm the slowest guy on the road with a brand new clutch. Look, brand new clutch. I'm the slowest guy. I have to do 25 miles per hour up this mountain in Tennessee. And notice what I mentioned before. When you tune an engine down, it's more comfortable operating at a lower temperature. Okay? The temperature here is staying steady at 210 degrees while it's only doing 19 miles an hour. CRST had to tell the guy at Affordable Trucking in Atlanta to do something so I end up this way. But they want to blame me for it. Oh, you bought a used truck. You didn't buy a new truck. Because you bought a used truck, you're gonna have a problem. Look, a used truck flying his ass by. Okay? You could have bought a truck, a 2015, a 2014, but you wanted to go buy a 1999 and do it yourself. This is why we tell you to get new trucks. When the new trucks are in the shop all the time for the fucking DEF garbage and the particulate filter garbage. People, look at what they do to people trying to make a living. And you know what makes it funny? When people fuck you, they always do something for you. That's how you know they're lying, they're stealing, or more importantly, that they're fucking you over. Oh, I'm gonna have to drop your oil pan, so I'm gonna give you a free oil change. The motherfucker gave me no free oil change because there wasn't even enough oil in the engine after the change, quote unquote. And the fluid was black as shit. So he didn't give me an oil change. And when you drop the pan of a motor, you expose the underpower. And now I have no underpower. So he did something under the motor to kill the power. If I go to a truck place and I say I just bought a truck and I want to get my truck fixed, and I work for CRST. Anybody who's a truck driver knows when you go to the TA and you work for any of these companies, they always call the company, even if it's your shit. See, when it's your shit, they don't have to call the company because you're paying. But every time they call the company because you're running under their DOT number and their MC number, the company is involved with the repair. If this was a leased truck and they were making money off of it by leasing it to me, this truck would be flying up this fucking hill. But when I am at the place, I told the guy I'm paying for it and it's my shit. But look what he labels my keys. Brandon, CRST. Now why is he so caught up with CRST? When I brought the truck to him to do my control arm, he wasn't concerned with CRST. He was concerned with getting paid. And the way that he treated me as though I was some dirty nigger when I came to check up on the vehicle, and he was looking at me when I saw him the first time with the clutch like, hey, how you doing? And then when I went to go look at it, and he went to fuck me about picking it up, and me knew a new clutch, he looked at me like this. Nervous and conniving. When I came back with the flywheel, everyone in his shop was gone but one person, which is his wife. And when I showed up with the flywheel, the woman there had a bill for $1,000 and change. And when I was just explaining to her, I need the fucking flywheel out my truck and I need the job done, but I see that you're charging me more money, she started to straighten a fight with me about the price. So I said to her, so if I don't pay you this extra $200 and something, you keep my truck, right? And she said, yep. So yes, the objective was to raise the cost to take my truck. Why are they not doing that to the Schneider trucks that they have, to the other owner operators there, to the trucks out of North Carolina that are there? Why are they only doing it to me at Affordable Truck Repair in Forest Park, Georgia? Now, the way I'm thinking, based on my mechanical ideology, he either stole the clutch, but continued to show it around, like have it on the floor and stuff like that. And he could have went to his friend where I got the flywheel from and get a used clutch too, and put it on this and keep the other one for his own trucks. So now I'm driving it, it'll move, it'll go, but it's not really the clutch I purchased to give him, because it's not fucking going anywhere. There's no torque. And if CRST told him to do that, that's fucked up, because they just want me to go broke. When I started with the orientation class, they had about a few people investigating me. I've been under investigation for years because somebody thinks I'm somebody I'm not. But this guy named Lane contacted me in Colorado before I got hit by a drone Ford Focus. Drone Ford Focus, people. The people who are fucking with me have the ability to fucking steer a drone Ford Focus. Now, because the driver looked like he had mud and shit all over his clothes, but he was driving from Oklahoma as a student. That's what he said. Well, how does a fucking student drive around with all this mud all over him and then hit my trailer at 4 o'clock in the fucking morning? But anyway, the lane guy tells me, he asks me a riddle. He says, what do you do to keep a poor man down? I said, you keep him working and you don't pay him. And then he ended the conversation on that note. And now, Mr. Lane, federal guy, or whoever you are, I see your riddle coming to pass. They're going to keep me working as long as I drive trucks, but they're not gonna fucking let me get a dime. Because they're gonna keep fucking with my equipment because it's mine, so I have to keep fixing it, and every dollar I make nothing. This is the world that we live in, people. This is the world that we live in, people. This is the world that we live in. FedEx is only supposed to make the money, and all these other big guys. But I am not supposed to do it. It is a monopoly on business. It's a monopoly on trade. And the malicious acts of contacting people to destroy me, contacting the dealer to make sure I didn't get a good truck up front, contacting this repairman to steer him to fuck me. If the company said, look man, we'll pay you $3,000 to fuck up the bottom end of his motor, or allow one of our guys to come over and lower something on his vehicle, why wouldn't he take the money? He's getting quadruple paid, and he's still charging me his fee. So that's why they were so loving, because I came in and I'm such a problem to Warner, and I'm such a problem to Schneider National, and I'm such a problem to fucking CRST, that they gotta keep fucking up my job. So I don't make no money, and they can keep me working without getting paid. The only way, people, that this fucking truck can be actually holding 45-50 without me feeling like I'm flying too fast down it is if it was tuned down with the computer. So the computer somewhere here, look how fucked up the truck is when I got it back from the guy. Look how this part is all hanging out and this part is hanging out. That's like probably where the fucking computer is, right? But because I keep my chains and binders right here, then it's not supposed to be my fault. People, look at what happens to people in this country when they try to make a dollar, when they're trying to make a living. Big business fucks with their checks through payroll and fucks with their fucking equipment when they try to step up and be an entrepreneur. And that's why people are on welfare. And that's why people are on unemployment. Not because they don't want to work, but because they're working and they're not getting paid. Or they're maliciously being raped while they're getting paid. Please, people, understand that this shit is really going on. And like a politician said, there is no conspiracy. And he's absolutely correct. There is no conspiracy. It's the truth and the lie. And normally when I come down this mountain, I gotta go from 55 to 50 because I'm tapped at 60. And they must have tuned this shit down to about 58 because I'm gliding down fucking in 9th gear. This is insane. I've never done that before down this mountain. I always hard brake. I've been soft braking down this mountain. Here on 24. These people are running me out of the business, but they're not compensating me for when I'm not getting out of the business. And then they charged me $450 because the trailer was assigned to me when they know I was getting repairs done. So it's just to keep putting me in debt. Now they want me to bring the trailer for some type of false inspection, which I'll go over with you later. And then when I just brought it to the TA in Cartersville, Georgia, the company told them to tell me to bring the trailer to Rockport, Indiana, which is not in my route. And if I put it in my route and make it in my route to get there, they're not going to compensate me for going back there. And then they even might do worse things to the truck because it's finally in their bay. Hopefully they have a heart, which CRST does not, because it is not a real person. Neither is all these companies out here. And that's why they don't care if they rape you. They're not alive, yet they're people. So, I'm trying to get to Illinois, and they give me a load that goes all the way to the tip, the northmost part of Illinois, close to Wisconsin, for the same pay. People, they're running me out of the business, and I'm making this video because I still have more things to talk about what Schneider National did to me when I was working with them, and what they do to people to stop them from becoming truck drivers. But I'm gonna do that in another video. If I didn't know how to drive, I would have just fucking baked off my head gasket. If I didn't put in K&W nanotech in my engine, my head gasket probably would have been gone over a month ago. But every time there's probably a small crack, the K&W nanotechnology is still in the coolant. That's why my coolant is running a little warm, because of the K&W. But that doesn't mean it should be overheating this bad. The only reason it's overheating this bad is because my speed is being restricted. My speed is being restricted. Somebody has just tuned my truck down to only do 60 miles an hour, 58 miles an hour. And everyone knows when you tune down a motor, you always do 3 to 5 miles per hour less than what it's tuned at. I was doing 63 miles per hour minimum, and when I got the truck, and this company is supposed to be limited at 68. And when I got this truck, it was limited at 68. Because I was doing 65 miles an hour before I got it. When I was in orientation, they saw I bought my own truck. I think they had a Missouri police officer, DOT officer, or state trooper there just to watch me. He acted like he was in the program, but he wasn't. And then obviously quit within a few weeks, right? Which was bullshit. But when I was there, the first thing he asked me on the last day was, do you have a legal plan? That means they have a plan to arrest me. Why is he asking if I have a legal plan if he's not a part of a legal plan? He's not asking everyone, what do you think about a legal plan? Or does anyone here have one? He's asking me, don't I think I need a legal plan? And then I said one day in there, this shows that he was a hater and he was only there to destroy me and watch me so he could ticket me in Missouri or something. Because I said, yeah, my truck's running real good. It's running real nice. See, I'm pressing in it and it's really only holding 55. He says, well, yeah, it's running good. We'll see what happens when it's under a load. So see, he's a part of the conspiracy because he knows that once I'm under a load, it may not run. And that's what they've been banking on. Okay, it's ran. He put that shit in there. Fuck, it's gonna keep going. But they didn't expect me to fucking be smart enough to understand repair fees and put 8 new drive tires on. They didn't expect me to fucking let my children starve and let my fucking self stay homeless, that I would save money to buy a clutch from Rush Parts in Doraville and come put the shit on to fix my investment and build my business. But they're gonna destroy my business because they have more money. It's like 50 Cent said, I'm gonna destroy that motherfucker and fuck his wife because I have more money. So people, you go against these people with money, they're gonna call the fucking repairman and tell them to limit your vehicle to 55 miles an hour pressing the fuel until your engine blows up. And then they stick you with $8 grand worth of repairs. This is what they gotta do to try and keep me with their company. And that's why he put me in debt. And that's why they're trying to rush me back out here to do these mountains, because they know they did something to the truck and they want it to explode. So I'm either out of the business or indebted to them for another 7 months driving to pay it off. Because I own it. Welcome to America. And this is why people are mad. This is why the Iraqis are mad. This is why everyone around the world is mad. Because this is the biggest bully in the world. The United States of America! This is a small recap. The videos that I've been making showing what these people have been doing to me has been finally verified. I'm here at the TA at Antioch, Tennessee. They're looking at my truck now. I brought it in because it was overheating this morning again. And within a half hour, it's at 200 and rising. He said to me just now, he said, man, I don't see what's going on with your truck. Let me check it out. So he looked at it, and the fucking the radiator fan was loose. How the heck do you sell somebody a truck with a loose radiator fan? But it's been cold, so it hasn't really been an issue for me because I don't know any better. But now that he's changed the fan, there's no squeaking when the fan comes on, anything. But then he says to me, well, your fan's not staying on long enough to cool the engine, so it must be an ECU problem. I have to bring it to the dealership and have them hook up the engine diagnostic computer to something and change the parameters back to stock parameters. So somebody reprogrammed the truck to fuck it up. It's been verified today, May 8th, 2014. I'll keep you posted. Whenever you take off the cover for any part, camshaft or crankshafts, you have to put the cover back on with sealant. The guy at Affordable Truck Repair in Forest Park, Georgia, told me that in order to solve not putting sealant on the rear cover, that you can put a new pan on the filter, which is bullshit. When I asked him if that was really going to help, he said something smart to me. He said to me, yeah, of course I know that's going to work. I've been doing this for over 14 years. Well, people don't say shit like that unless they're just lying and just trying to make themselves look good because he's a liar. But the tech here was pressing the fuel pedal here today, and that always pushes oil out of the bottom of the engine when it emits some oil and diesels. But I'm going to show you the two oil spots. I'm going to show you one oil spot where the oil came out naturally, and then I'm going to show you the other oil spot, which is coming from right by the transmission and the clutch that was just installed, to show that the repair was not done properly. And if you don't put sealant on your cover, this is what you get. You get leaking oil. So here, you see that oil? That's from the discharge from the engine. That's normally happens in diesels. Okay. But this oil here is coming directly from where the butt connection between the transmission and the engine. So that's the oil pan here. That's the transmission there. If you look directly under it, bam. So I'm going to be going back to Affordable Truck Repair, and if they don't reseal the back of my truck and do it right without charging, then they're going to have to go to court. See?
that oil is coming right down, right and down. And that has to be leaking because the rear cover has no sealant on it. And as you can see, there's even oil on the transmission itself. Here in Antioch, Tennessee, they're trying to make my truck explode or break apart. If you tune it down and you don't put any sealant on the rear cover, the compression is going to be too much, and then the engine is going to blow back, bust the back of the cover off so that the oil exposes. Then you lose pressure, and no matter whether you put a new clutch in there, the truck is lost. And I guarantee CRST told the guy to do it faulty, because if you do this all the time, there's no way that you make a large mistake like that. It's not a small mistake to not seal the rear cover. That's a huge mistake. And if you've been operating for over 14 years, you wouldn't make it on your own vehicle or your daughter's vehicle. But they made it on my vehicle. They still charged me $1,004 for the repair. And then it's also putting me out of money because I had to spend $790 for the clutch with tax and whatever other material it cost. So I called the guy from Affordable today and told him that it needs work. He says, yeah, bring it back. But I know he just wants me to bring it back so he can fuck it up more and keep charging me. Because if he did this, okay, what else is he not going to do when I bring it back to him? Thanks for your time. Oh, and I have to go up to Chicago in this condition with the motor and this oil. We'll see what happens. They're doing a successful job of running me out the business. Schneider, by giving me only 3 months, 4 months. Warner, by trying to argue with me, get me cut off in 3 months. And now, because I'm not dumb and listen to these people about the condition of this truck and I'm fixing it, automatically I'm in a position where they're going to just start. So they're going to tell people to destroy it no matter what I try to do to fix it, because they don't want me to drive trucks. Thanks. Yeah. Tried not to go to a TA to get the clutch done or a Freightliner to get the clutch done, because I thought that the company would be able to get to the... Stopped earlier today, got nothing accomplished at the TA in Antioch, Tennessee. And once again, like I said before, brand new clutch, doing 30 miles per hour in 8th gear, going up a small fucking hill, it's not even a mountain. And I'm about to reach 210. So it's obvious somebody tuned this shit down. It's obvious somebody tuned this motor down for it to blow up. I'm the only one not going nowhere. Then they're gonna be like, hey, why did it take you so long to get there? I-65 in Tennessee, brand new clutch. The guy must have did something to the undercarriage, to the bottom end, so I have no bottom end power. Look, I gotta do 35 miles per hour up this mountain with a brand new clutch. And my temperature's rising to 210. Every single time I just press the fuel, it goes up, it spikes. If I get off the fuel, it goes down. Every time I press the fuel, it spikes. Every time I let off the fuel, it goes down. See? About to touch 210. I'm in 9th gear going 35 miles an hour. He did something to my truck to mess it up. At least 10th gear should have got me up here. Now, a brand new clutch, supposed to be pulling 2,050 foot-pounds of torque. And this is what I get from Affordable Truck Repair. A truck that only goes 55 miles an hour. Now people might cry and say, well, you might have some more internal problems with your motor. But even when the motor was slipping, it was doing 50 miles per hour, no problem. Why am I struggling to do 50 now?
Why am I struggling to even press the gas and go somewhere in this truck? Yeah, okay, I got a 45,000 pound load, so I'm still under gross. Why now, watch this, why now, if it's doing about 48 miles per hour, it's nice at 200 degrees. So you see, I'm still going up an incline here, and as long as I stay below 48, below 50, it stays at 200. This motor had to be tuned down somehow. Why it's not getting speed. And then with the oil leak that he created by not sealing the back of the engine, who knows what this is intended to do in the next 3 weeks, 4 weeks, or whatever. Now I gotta drive 50 miles an hour from Atlanta to Chicago, and I was doing 50 miles an hour with a bad clutch. So how do I have a brand new clutch and the clutch is not assisting the engine to go up better because the clutch is transmitting the engine power better? If you get a new clutch, it should be transmitting the engine power better. Now, like I said before, if I'm going to be transmitting the power better, they have to kill the engine or destroy its power somehow to slow down the power that I just put in it with the clutch. Now you tell me if you don't think this is intentional. I'm not supposed to press the gas in the vehicle with a new clutch at all and it go anywhere. If I put a new turbo on a vehicle, which I haven't done, I just put a new air breather in it. So it has a new air filter basically. I put a new air filter in it, right? It has a brand new clutch, but it's not going anywhere. That doesn't make sense at all. It should at least be picking up, even if the motor is going bad. I didn't kill the motor driving it. So it's quite obvious that it has to be electronically tuned down to create this environment where the engine explodes by me pressing the fuel so hard to get it going like most people would. Okay, your engine is going bad when you don't understand, you're not gonna take it easy with the motor. What's the first thing you do? You jam on the fuel until you reach the high point. And then you say, oh my goodness, man, my truck overheated. This is completely ridiculous with a brand new clutch. Now I gotta go down to 8th gear. My truck has been destroyed at Affordable Truck Repair in Forest Park. Brand new clutch now, not going anywhere. It looks more as though he stole my clutch and acted like he put it together. Either he stole the clutch, acted like he put it in there. Look, 27 miles per hour up this mountain. He probably took the transmission and stuff down, put another used clutch or stole my clutch, and then put it back together, but then just charged me by stealing the money. Now he's got a brand new clutch to put in his shit, and he's got my money. Or he did put in the new clutch, but then somebody told him to tune it down. Now look, I've never even gone this slow with the old clutch on. 26 miles an hour, 28 miles an hour. Look, everyone's passing me. The objective is for the engine to overheat and for me to lose the head gasket. And I believe personally, this has been orchestrated by CRST.
I just called this guy that I work with at Warner. He told me that the driving manager I had, Mary, quit. Why would Mary quit? Because she was a part of the harassment towards me. That's why the dispatcher quit. I'm just gonna try and take it very easy now. I'm holding 27 miles an hour. And the reason why I feel that the motor was turned down, because when I go down small hills like this, you can feel the rods and the mains are running, like they want to go. But then when I press into the fuel, it's like it's electronically being pushed back. Like, no, no, no. And then while I'm pressing it now, I'm pressing it to get it to go somewhere, right? It's going real slow, and then the temperature rises fast. So now I have to back off. Because it's as though I'm trying to press it to its maximum speed, and I'm only just frustrating the coolant. I'll put it back on again when I go down a better slope, just to show. Now look, I'm in 10th gear, brand new clutch, pressing in, and it goes no more than 48. So somebody tuned it down. And then if I wanted to go faster, I gotta press into it, which is what they want me to do, keep pressing into it to overheat it. But because I'm an experienced driver, not just truck driver, just a driver in general, I'm driving since I was 9. I'm not gonna fucking make it go past 210 degrees. So if I gotta fucking drive to Chicago at 50 miles an hour or 45 miles an hour, that's the fuck is gonna happen. Okay? But these people who are fucking my truck up, they don't think that I understand life. They think I'm a stupid nigger. And they just wanna destroy me. So yeah, I'm about to drive all into Chicago at 50 miles an hour unless I can get up in the morning early and then try and do a late night drive to get there while it's cool outside, so I can at least do 55 miles an hour on the way there. Look at that, 200 something. And now that I put the new filter in, it's not passing 210, but it's still overheating. Or going over 200 and having the fan to come on. See this? I'm holding 55. That's what happened when I drove the similar truck like this for Schneider National. Because the motor is actually limited to 60 miles an hour, right? So right now I'm pushing up a hill. If I press into it, I'm gonna overheat. Well, now I'm doing over 60 because I'm going downhill. But if I wasn't going downhill, then it would stay around 60 miles an hour at 200 degrees. Doesn't it make sense? If you're pulling 45,000 pounds, then if you're limited at 60, you'll be stuck at 55, right? Because the water temperature got better and it wasn't even getting that hot when I picked it up from the guy after I took it back from him. But doesn't it make sense? Or maybe if they lower the horsepower rating even, that would still cause the same drama. So maybe you don't cap the speed, but you still cap the horsepower. Anything's possible with electronic programming, right? This is how the truck is driving now, up mountains. And it was even doing better than this. It was going about 45. So it's the next day. And today's what, May 9th? I'm in Indiana now, still trying to get to Chicago. This is the third day. Normally I drop off the next day. Normally I would be up there already and just dropping off. But I'm still heading up to Chicago. I'm doing this video right now just to show how it's overheating because the motor's not going nowhere. And the irony is it was doing the same exact thing before I brought it to Affordable Truck Repair in Forest Park, Georgia. So the reason why I'm making this quick video is to show how it's getting too hot, and if with a new clutch it should be moving
up this hill a little better, and it's just not going anywhere. And it's driving worse, as though the underside of the motor was tampered with when he took down the oil pan because when he took down the oil pan to put a new oil pan gasket to solve the fact that no sealant was put on the rear cover of the motor. So anyway, small video right here. It's not really going nowhere. I'm sitting at about 50 miles an hour for the rest of the time. And the reason why I'm making the video is because when I stopped off at the TA in Cartersville the other day, one of the guy and the mechanic, guy getting some work on his clutch pedal, and the mechanic said, "Hey, sounds like you got a problem with your clutch. Sounds like your clutch is going." So how did I just go to Affordable Truck Repair in Forest Park / Atlanta, which is on Highway 85 in Atlanta, in Georgia? Okay, how did I go there and pay him $1,000 something to put in a clutch, and I buy a brand new upgrade clutch and it doesn't go anywhere? Thanks for watching. Let me tell you guys a quick story. My brother joined the Marine Corps. After he joined the Marines, he came out to New York to buy a car. He wanted a Nissan Maxima. He went out to Northern Boulevard, got himself a Nissan Maxima, and everybody who knows New York, I don't know if they still doing this out there, but all the stuff that's kind of defective, they always put that shit in the back. Then all the shit that they want to sell on high loans, they put in the front. So my brother found some shit around the middle, but toward the rear. Man, it was a gray Nissan Maxima. That shit was clean, man. My brother got the shit. We financed it and everything. We was driving around, and he said, "Something wrong with this shit." I'm looking at this motherfucker like, man, this fucking shit is clean and nice, and it is riding smooth, man. I don't know what you drinking or whatever, but this shit is nice. My brother was upset. Came back again. He's like, "Dad, something's wrong with this shit." I said, "Yo, ain't nothing wrong with this shit, man. It's pulling fine. It's moving, man. You don't see how fast this shit is going?" He said, "Yeah, but the motor ain't supposed to sound like this. You hear that little tick, 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 tick." I'm like, yo, if this motherfucker don't stop wilding out over a tick, 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 you know, like, he's crazy. Long story short, he bitched again. "Yo, man, fuck this. I'm taking this shit back." Lo and behold, my brother's air was so fucking good that something was wrong with the motor. He knows exactly how the motor's supposed to sound, and that taught me to listen to my motor. I've been driving this truck for over 2 months with no fucking radio. Just put that radio in, and then when I gave the dickhead my fucking truck to fix, now the radio doesn't work. It just looks good. Let's turn it off anyway. So if I'm driving this shit for since February 10th to about May 2nd with no fucking radio of 2014, I know my motor and how it sounds. When I got this shit back, it had this very deep to it, as though the bottom end was fucked with, and now it sounded like an old dirty truck instead of sounding like the nice smooth N14 I brought it in with. Now I do admit it needed a clutch, but as far as how the motor sounded, now it's running very rough on the bottom end. It feels like the bottom end is loose, like something underneath there is loose. It's moving, but I had gotten an oil change in Wyoming, and I fucking put Delvac oil and a fucking gallon of fucking Lucas. So it's quite obvious that the Lucas was keeping the motor very lubricated to the point where it was so good that it would keep running, at least without pressure building up to kill the cylinders and damage the rods. So more than likely, CRST did the record checks and saw that I purchased the oil change and put the Lucas, a gallon of Lucas in. So what better for them to do but to go through my logbook, find out where I more than likely brought my truck for the clutch repair, and tell the motherfucker to drop my pan and clean all the Lucas oil out and drain it, and then put other oil in. And the guy said, hey man, I gave you an oil change. When I got the oil change done in Wyoming, I put my dipstick in and pulled it out. It was slightly foamy because it was brand new oil. It was full to the full mark, and it was gold, which I was surprised because normally with a car, your oil won't come gold like that, even if you do an oil change. The oil was gold. That shows you that he did an oil change. This guy at Affordable Truck Repair said he was giving me a oil change, and what he more than likely did was just drop all my oil out, so I didn't have that Delvac, which has an additive of Lucas. I didn't find out till after, and the oil which had Lucas in it. And then when he drops all that out, he fucks up something underneath of the motor by the rods and the vanes, and then he puts it back together and then puts dirty oil in it. I checked the oil is black. I don't understand how that's an oil change. So I'm doing this to show you. They're trying to fuck my truck up, and CRST has more than likely contacted this asswipe and told him to fuck my shit up, take out all the good oil, don't fasten shit properly to spec, just put it back together and give it to him and take his fucking money and charge him more for it. So if this is what business comes down to, then fine. I got a new clutch. I can't even do more than 50 miles an hour, and it doesn't make any sense whatsoever. And I'm on a flat road with a slight incline. Can't even do any more than 50 miles an hour. This is what happens when black men in America, or even smart people who see the bullshit, who don't want to drive for 30 cents a mile and have to come out of pocket with per diem and all that shit. This is what happens when big business doesn't want you doing it. All the old white fogies who got their trucks and their trailers, it was okay for them to be sniffing coke in the 90s and the 80s and fucking prostitutes and making $4,000 a week without regulation, or $6,000 a week, $8,000 a week without regulation. Now you're supposed to only make the most $2,000 a week per driver max. And now with all these regulations, you can't even drive 3,500 miles no more. You can only probably do about 2,100. And as a regular company driver, you'd be lucky to make 800 a week. This fucking industry is being sabotaged by these big gangsters. And now, because I'm not a dummy, they're destroying my truck by telling people to rob me of my services, rob me of my money, destroy my property, and more than likely take what's mine. Which is, if he didn't put that new clutch in and just put another one in there from his friend down the road where I got the flywheel from, then he stole my brand new clutch. There's no way that this is happening. The same shit that was happening before I was supposed to get the clutch replacement is the same shit that's happening after the alleged clutch replacement. You guys be the judge. And I can hear it in the motor. It's not the same. It doesn't purr the same. The guy in Wyoming, the tech in Wyoming, when he started my motor, he ran to one of the other techs in the TA, and he said, "Man, do you hear that?" And the guy said, "What?" He said, "You can tell that's a Cummins." And the guy was like, "Well, how do you know?" He said because it's so quiet, and now it's running hard like a fucking Detroit. Thanks for watching. Oh yeah, when you drive a truck and you're clutching, you're double clutching, when you downshift, you need to rev the engine to a certain RPM in order to get it to engage the flywheel to downshift. Now, even though I got this clutch changed and it's supposed to be new and everything, it's not shifting properly. Discovered that yesterday. I have to now rev the engine to upshift in order for the stick to be relieved from the flywheel. Something's not tight. The flywheel's not tight. Something's not tight. Something's not fastened properly. Because I should not have to be revving the engine to upshift and downshift. Downshift, fine. But upshift, no. And it's getting stuck unless I over rev the motor and then put it in there. So I ain't really do a video on this. Today is the 9th of May. I want to show you something though. I want you to hear it. I think I did do a video today earlier talking about the clutch and shit. Now the stick is sticking in the flywheel, which is only a sign of a bad transmission. So the guy over at Affordable Truck Repair could have also have put on the flywheel and put in the new clutch, but then put in a different transmission so that I still get no power. I don't know what transmission he put back in there. I'm only trusting that he put mine back in there. But the way it's sticking now, when you downshift, watch this. I'm in 8. Now I'm pressing the clutch to pull out and to neutral. To neutral, look, it doesn't go. So it's either he messed with the timing of the motor, which is causing it to shift off out of sync. He put a bad transmission in there. It's been tuned down. He stole the good clutch and put in a bad one. Something's not right with the truck. It's driving in worse condition. Then I brought it to him with a bad clutch. Let's see if I can give an example of what's going on here. Now, usually you have to rev the motor to engage it when downshifting. But look. Pressing the clutch, look how hard I gotta pull it out just to put it into neutral. I'm gonna do it again because I'm gonna move forward again in a minute. Look how hard it's sticking in there. The transmission I had in there was not moving that fast. Okay, you see how that was smooth to go upshift. Clutch, fourth gear, it's fine. Clutch, I'll go to 5. Lever up, double clutch, I'll go to 6. All that's kind of smooth, you know, as long as I rev high, it's kind of smooth, you know. Double clutch up to 7. Now, I'm gonna downshift, I'm gonna have to downshift because traffic slow down to pick traffic, right? So, I'm gonna hit the clutch. But it doesn't go in the neutral, see? I gotta bang it out to put it in.
800 feet. Keep left to continue on I-90E. Follow signs for I-90 Skyway East, Indiana Toll Road.
And why the fuck did he fuck me? The first time I went there, I got a control arm put on my truck.
and the bastard, his fucking road truck, his generator was running out of fuel. So he tells me, hey, we can't take any cards, we can't take any money from your card, debit or com data.
Keep left to continue on I-90E.
So therefore, what we need you to do is go down and get the go to the ATM. So I went to the ATM and I went into a shop with a fucking full tank of gas. I mean, a half a tank of fuel. Look at the truck that I purchased from CRST. They more than likely sold it from Less Love. It's not even a fucking name. Watch this. I'm gonna take the key, lock the truck, right? It's locked. One. See that? So when I get out, the truck is never locked. They can always break into the truck. Lock that. 1, 2. See that? Lock it again. This truck never locks. They set me up and sold me a truck that doesn't lock because they want to access it at any time. So that's why I'm telling you, they tuned it down, had somebody break into the truck and tune it down while I park it at the Atlanta drop yard. 1, 2, 3. See that? He's gonna think he'll sell him a truck, but then it don't lock. Watch. One more time. Lock that door, right? Ooh. So if I check it, oh my goodness, it's locked. Then they send somebody behind me. Bam. Door's open. Do it again. I'm gonna lock the truck door. It shows you that Warner Enterprises and CRST set me up to buy this truck because they wanted to always access it. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Ready? Here we go again. Remember I said it again? The door was tampered with. They sold me a truck that doesn't lock. So I get in, I lock it. Oh, it's open. Close it again. Bought this right outside the corporate office of Warner Enterprises and in the same state as the corporate office of CRST Enterprises. Ready? CRST Malone and CRST Expedited. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Okay, boom. I lock again. Pick another key now. Alright. Boom. Put it in here. I'll lock that door. I'm gonna lock it, right? Oh, see it's locked? 1, 2. It's open again. Boom. Here we go again. We're gonna keep doing it. Boom. Lock that door. Lock that door. Oh, 3 pulls. Boom. Here we go again. I'll lock that door again. Okay, lock it. Okay. That's locked, isn't it? Oh, no, it's not. We're gonna do it again, right? CRST and Warner Enterprises. They set me up, right? Ooh. Here we're gonna close it again. CRST and Warner Enterprises, right? Lock that door. Oh man, my door's locked. Fucking no, it's not, nigga. Here we go again. Pull that door. Look what they sold me. Warner Enterprises, in conjunction with Schneider National, in conjunction with CRST Malone, do not want me driving trucks. And they sold me, they steered me to buy this truck because they wanted to make sure that they can break into my truck at any time. When I was working at Schneider National, right? They broke in my truck. I parked out in Chicago and they stiffed me on my paycheck. Parked out on the toll road in Chicago, ran inside to go take a shit and buy a Frosty and some fries. When every time I leave the truck, I put down my my book with all the loads that I'm doing in my passenger seat. Okay, broke into the I went out, took a shit, bought some fries and a Frosty, came back outside, the book was gone. That same week, early in the week, I had called payroll to verify my money, and I needed that book to verify my checks so that I can tell the lady that I got stiffed. And as soon as I parked up in Chicago, somebody broke into the truck and took it. 4 weeks ago, I was out in Louisiana, and I had a guy just approach me wasting time. I guess that was just to single me out, to show somebody else who I was, to rob me or whatever. And they wanted to take my com data card, which is the gas fuel card. So they took the card, okay, but look how they did it. The guy jumps out on me, right? I'm not gonna lie, no one's perfect. I had taken off with my landing gear down because I had just got an alignment done on these. When you buy your drive tires, you get the drive tires, and it comes with a free alignment from the Travel Centers of America. So I didn't get the alignment done because I needed another control arm. This is the control arm that the dude at Affordable Trucking put in. This is the control arm that I got put in at the TA in Louisiana, which is right there, right underneath there, the fifth wheel plate. And when I got it done, I never got the alignment. So I tried to get it done in Louisiana. They knew where I was. They sent a guy to jump out on me in the morning. I was leaving to go get a load. All of a sudden, they didn't have anything. I had to drive back to Jackson, Mississippi to get a load. But that morning, the guy jumps out. Hey, man, how's it working for these people, man? Yeah, man, you know, I'm thinking about leaving, man. I'm working for some Russians and shit. Well, I was working for some dudes out here in Gary, Indiana before, and they was like some Russian dudes who was on some next shit. I don't know what they was on, because I ain't incriminating them, but they was just trying to hold me. So I left, because I didn't want to deal with that shit. They kept telling me to do certain stuff I didn't want to do with my logbook. I don't drive like that. I'm here to make money for my family. I left them. Well, I guess I was doing something else with them according to DOT and all these other motherfuckers, so they keep sending people out to fuck with me, i.e. selling me a truck so they can break into it. So anyway, that morning, I filled up in Louisiana, right at the TA. I think it's exit 160. And I'm like, yo, all right, boom. You know, I locked the door, grabbed my keys, went inside, filled up. Came back out, and what I normally do, the first thing I do is I open my door, right? And then I'll take my cards and stuff, put them here on the chair, or I'll dump them right here on the floorboard. That way, when I'm driving, I'll put it all together in my pouch. But that day, I swear I put it right here. Now I looked in my mirrors. I'm like, you know what, man? I need to fasten my straps a little better, because I don't want to get pulled over at the scale house and they say, well, your straps are loose and they're flying all over the place. So I got out the truck, right? Walked around my tightening bar, started tightening my fucking straps, make sure they was real fucking tight. And then by the time I turned around and got like about right, tighten, got to the last one and stopped right here. As you can see, I can't see the driver part of the cab because of the fucking this board up front, the headache rack. Okay? So I got here. And once again, I can't see the driver's side either, correct? Stop here. A driver pulls up the aisle, right here where this line is. And he says to me, hey, man, what's up, man? Another asshole jumping out. When these federal faggots want to fuck with you, or these punk-ass investigating people that they're hiring now and want to fuck with you, what they do is they jump out on you, start probing you, ask you shitload of questions. So he starts asking me, hey, man, he starts telling me, hey, man, you need to fill up your tank, man. Fill it all the way up. Because when these companies don't want you working for them no more, what they'll do is they'll just fucking cancel your card, man. They'll shut your card off. Your data card, your gas card, man. You need to make sure you fill that up, because you never know when you got to drive straight home. Well, I said, all right, sir, thank you, you know what I mean? Because by the time you tell me I gotta drive straight home, I'm like, all right, fuck him, because I already heard people bitch about that shit already. I got a load to get, I got money to make. Come around now, come over to the motherfucking truck, get in the shit, and drive off. I said, you know, I could damn sure get a load from Jackson, Mississippi to Florida, paying $1,800 to the truck. And after, you know, they fees and all that shit and fuel, I could still pull a good $800 to $900 on the load. Then I gotta, you know what I'm saying, then deadheading back to fucking Georgia to get a load. At least I can make $750, right? So I said, fine, I'm gonna go do that. So I deadheaded from Louisiana to Jackson, booked a load with one of the CRST brokers. And then all of a sudden, I'm looking for the fucking COM data card. The COM data card is missing. It ain't even fucking there. And I'm like, nah, there's one thing I don't fuck around is with my money. And I ain't fucking with the fuel, because the fuel is the money when you're doing transport jobs. So I'm like, you know what, man, this is bullshit. That motherfucker jumped out, told me some same bullshit. So what he was really signaling to me is that they don't want me to work there. I called the week before and I told the dude, Doc Pepper, I said, if you don't want me working here, just let me know. So the following week, that was their way of letting me know. They had a guy jump out on me to identify me to another guy. That guy pulls up, he stalls me, and obviously there's no way to lock the fucking truck. Even if I locked it with the key. Look, 1, 2, 3. Watch, again. 1, 2, 3. Again. 1, 2, 3. Now I bought this truck from Logan's Trucks and Equipment Sales out of Council Bluffs, Iowa, and the company CRST is out of Iowa. The corporate office for Warner Enterprises is right across the bridge. So Warner Enterprises knew that I had applied to CRST. I already had told this dude that they sent to me as a trainer from the Marine Corps out of Virginia Beach, right? That I was trying to go on to CRST. So they already knew I had planned this. They already wanted me to go do it, but they already also knew that I needed a truck and so forth. They knew what my budget was. You can search my bank accounts. This is a federal job. If any job you do, if you work a state job, the state has jurisdiction over you. And if they feel you're a problem, they can search your shit saying they got probable cause because of whatever. So this is a federal job, and they want me to come back to it because they want me under some type of federal investigation for I don't know what reason either. Again. So basically, I'm doing the job, but they keep harassing me and whatever. So I told the guy, if you don't want me working here, blah, blah, blah. He turns around and sends the guy to tell me I should fuel up. So I was supposed to just have him program my brain. When somebody tells you something immediately and it falls into your subconscious, that's a form of programming. That's what television programs are for. That's what television is designed for. Marketing is designed for. It's to attack your subconscious so much that you just do what you were programmed to do. So once he mentioned run back home, get frustrated, I was supposed to fill up. Little did he know, his asshole friend already broke into the fucking truck, right? And took the card already, so I couldn't even fill up. So I drove my ass all the way to Birmingham, Alabama, straight to the CRST office. And you know what these white folks do, right? They always put a black nigga to stop a black nigga because that's why they hire multicultural people. These white people didn't hire multicultural people to do shit for them when they was making all the profits. But when they wanted to cut other people down from making the profits, fuck their countries up via IMF, get them to move here and slave, they're gonna obviously increase regulations and stop you from making the same money they was making. Okay? When the New England corporations came here and they was making $1 million a fucking month back in 17 and change, they didn't motherfucking have no regulations. If your fucking 5-year-old was working at the plant and got his fucking hand cut off, they didn't give a shit. Okay, but now if you want to start some type of New England corporation, you got all these fucking regulations and the CFRs and then the corporate this and that. So basically, what I'm doing this video for is to show that CRST, Warner Enterprises, has fucking sold me a defective truck, and now that I went to fix my clutch, they called the fucking affordable guy to fix it. Okay? There's no way that you buy a truck and it doesn't lock properly unless somebody wants access to your shit. Okay? Look how it works though. This is set up. To become a federal agent, you have to learn how to reverse engineer shit. Okay? So when you reverse engineer something, you break it back down to fix it back up. So they broke it down, made sure that it locks. I go, boop, okay, yeah, my shit is locked, and I walk away, and then whenever I'm gone, wherever I park it, they can have someone come up and pull it, and it's open. Now, they had a dude named Lane Vanderveer or something like that. He came, checked out the truck. He's a cool guy, even though I know he was there to fuck with me, but he came through, and he knows all the shit that's wrong with the truck, so he told me, he said, man, make sure you change your rear main seal. Well, the only way to change the rear main seal is to do what? Take the clutch off. But if I'm gonna take the clutch off to change the rear main seal, then I might as well motherfucking change the clutch. What he said was I had an oil leak somewhere on the truck when I first got it. When I got the truck, I ain't see no problems with it mechanically, right? But I'm gonna show you something. On top of your truck and at the bottom, there's relief tubes. I poured so much fucking oil in this truck when I first got it. You see that? That's a relief tube. So if you have excess oil, it'll just drip down the side. And that's what I did. I put so much oil in it because I didn't know what was in it when I first got it, that it was coming out. Then he said it must have been an oil leak. So he's basically signaling to me, motherfucker, they sold you a truck that need a clutch for you to be ass out. But he can't say that because he's working for them. So if I'm going to change the rear main seal, I might as well change the clutch. I had to get the clutch adjusted. And Colton from TA in Georgia, out of Greensboro, by Greensboro, Georgia, told me, man, you're gonna need a new clutch within 6 months. The tires only have 6 months on them, but they were all recap. So they wanted one of the caps to come off, and then it's $1,000 to fix that. So on my first $2,000 pocketed, I traded in the recaps so they can't slide up and bought new tires. So these people are like, fuck, man, we just want to work him and he don't get paid, but this nigga is taking all his fucking money and putting it into the truck to fix it up. We gotta slow him down. We gotta stop him. We gotta fuck him over. We gotta make sure everything is bad. Something goes wrong. Well, where is he living? He ain't living nowhere. Because if he lives somewhere and he signed a lease somewhere, he would have to motherfucking pay into that lease and not fix the truck. That was another thing they did. They sent another guy with the CRST truck. He's dropping off at the same location where I'm at, and he starts talking about how there's apartments in Stone Mountain, Georgia, where I can park my tractor for $500 a month. I don't know what the fuck these people's problem is, why they always come into my personal business trying to tell me what to do with the money. But even if I would have did that, I would have never been able to change the clutch. So I had did my log sheets, my log books, and I put down the number for affordable trucking on the paperwork for my last logs for last month when they did work on the truck. And I did that on purpose because I wanted to show the people that I'm legitimate with what I'm doing, and I'm driving around just trying to get my shit fixed, and I needed the control arm done. Okay, so with that done, he turns around now and says, okay, well, where were you, blah, blah, blah. See, on 4-2, I think I did it. And I put the people's address and phone number on the logbook on purpose, you see? Atlanta, Georgia pre-trip, and then local mechanic, 44805-2810. So CRST has the guy's number from my logbook because I was being forthright and honest about where the truck was and where I went. So if I didn't drop it off to anybody else, I probably went there. Let's start looking through his logs and see where he could have brought the truck, and then call. They did that. I dropped the shit off on a Friday. They knew I was fixing the clutch. The guy was happy, man. When I showed up, he was cool. He was happy I was bringing him business again. The first time I brought the truck for the rear control arm to be done at affordable trucking, the motherfucker stole my fuel. He took a quarter tank of my fuel to put in his generator because it was running out while he was even changing it. It was going, they had to keep shutting it off because it was running out of fuel, but he was able to change the control arm. Sent me out to go get money because he said he couldn't use a card swiper. Came back. As soon as I pull off, I'm at a quarter tank. But I still brought it back to him because I said, you know what? Even if he stole from me, that's how stupid niggas do in the South. Especially people like in the South, niggas is dirty. They don't call it dirty South because it's filthy. They call it dirty South because they have a dirty mentality about the shit. They got to keep greasing you and grinding you even though you're giving them business. In New York, I could bring 50 trucks to a dude. He going to fix it right because he wants to repeat business, and he's also trying to get that shit done and get it out as fast as possible because he got so much more business coming in. Down South, their business is slow, so they got to fuck you over, fuck your shit up, have you keep coming back and playing these games. So once they saw in the logbook, as you saw, that I put down the information of the phone, all they gotta do is say, damn, where would he bring it? Closest place. Where did he bring it last time? That was not our shop. Affordable trucking. Fuck him. We're gonna call affordable trucking and tell him to fuck that shit up. There's no way that you work on a motor and you don't put sealant on the rear cover or the side cover or anything. Okay? Here is a side cover to a motor. If I bust it down, I'm gonna put sealant. If it's not a sealant, it's a gasket. How you gonna take off the rear cover to a fucking large ass motor, N14 Cummins, and you don't put sealant on the back of it? Then you end up getting this, right? A drip. From where? The transmission, right? That drip ain't coming from the transmission. It's coming from the oil from the back of the motor dripping onto the fucking the transmission's cover over the flywheel and clutch, and then dropping down on the floor. This had no leaks before I gave it to the dude at Affordable. Then he said he had to take off the oil pan, right? And look at all this drip. Look at all this fucking oil leaking. Never had an oil leak before I dropped it off at Affordable. Now look at all this oil that's leaking from underneath the pan. Okay, he dropped the pan. Listen to this, y'all. He dropped the oil pan and put a new oil pan gasket on to solve the fact that he didn't put sealant on the back of the motor. On the back of the motor. In the whole motor cover. And I'm supposed to believe that story. CRST, Warner Enterprises. I know y'all being told what to do from Schneider National. Schneider National started the problem when I started working for them. Whoever all of y'all working for to fucking run me out this business, there's a creator. I don't give a fuck about business. I don't give a fuck about the law. I don't give a fuck about nothing but humanity. Y'all run everything. Y'all run this world. Y'all run everything. FAA, y'all run the world. Y'all tell everybody what to do with the airplane. So America runs the world. And if they don't like you, they're gonna shut you down. They print all the money. They get the money from the IMF. They get the money from the fucking World Bank. If they feel that you're a threat to them, it's called Intel Code Pro. And it ain't even just about black niggas no more. Anybody who's gonna fight for the rights of their people, fight to keep their country instead of selling out to IMF, right to keep their countries, to keep their culture, you are a threat to the American business system. Because all they want to do is destroy your culture to keep you in bondage and succumbing to IMF loans, to keep you succumb to loans created by the big people who run the loans, i.e. Rothschild and the Warburgs and whatever, and keep you fucked up in the game. And right now, this week, I was supposed to start making $2,500 a week fucking with them because of the way they low bars run. If I quit from them this week and I went to another company, which I applied for, I start making $4,000 a week with my truck. They knew that. So what they did was they gave me a heavy ass fucking load of 45,000 pounds running the whole skateboard. That way it'll slow the truck down. They probably told the nigga not to put enough fucking fluid in the transmission, just enough for it to get going, but enough for it to also break down the transmission gears itself. Then they probably told the nigga to do some shit to the fucking clutch, if he even put the clutch I bought back in, or even if he put the fucking right transmission back in. And then he busts open the bottom end of the motor, okay, the oil pan, and probably fucks with the bottom end of the motor where you get your low power from to push. Every motor gets its real gut turbo power from the bottom end. And as long as you drop an oil pan on any motor, you can fuck with the bottom end. That gives it no pull, no push. That's why when I fucking dropped it off, it just wasn't going nowhere because it wasn't transmitting the power from the crankshaft to the transmission the way it should have. Now, the transmission feels like it's either going out or it's pushing, but the motor's not providing the speed to get that clutch to engage that speed to the transmission. They think I don't understand mechanics. They think I'm a stupid nigga trying to just get into this shit, but I'm a fucking mechanic. CRST, they setting me up. Now watch this now, I'm gonna come around this side. This window right here doesn't go up. Always stays cracked. Because I'm Jamaican and I wrote lyrics about weed and shit because that's what niggas understand, and I'm trying to make money in entertainment business. They went ahead and took that like I'm gonna try and drive and smoke. The government stole my motherfucking Q45 from me. They lied to me. Told me that there was a dude in Texas that'll fix it. They contacted a dude from Nico.com, bought a few things to him to build his trust, then told him to motherfucking tell me he'll put a 6-speed T56 in my motherfucking Q45. Sent it to the nigga in Austin, Texas. He fucking stole my Q45 because the government told him to do it. This is what the government is doing, yo. They the real terrorists out this motherfucker. They the real terrorists out here. They stopping any black nigga coming up from getting fucking money. CRST's gonna join in. All these big niggas, because when they go to the motherfucking conferences where these white niggas tell them they're gonna kill them or shut them down for giving us money or helping niggas start to really make money, then they fucking listen because they just want to keep their positions in the system. Yo, y'all can make $4,000. Anybody out here talking about y'all unemployed and shit, you can go get your CDL. You don't need to work for CRST. You don't need to work for these big companies. $800 to motherfucking get your fucking authority. And that's why they got to keep throwing regulation and all these DOT police. Because Schneider already made their money. CRST already made their money. So they don't want you to get your 4 G's a week to take care of your family, to fucking pay off your mortgage in a year and all that shit. All these fucking white dudes out here driving, they already know about all this shit. That's why it's day business. There's day shit. They live in the country. They can park their truck. They can park their trailer. They financing shit, but they paying for it. That's why you look at the hood and the way the hood is going, everything is always extra financed, but you can never pay. Whereas these other people, what is 40 grand when you make 4 G's a week driving this shit? Huh? You buy a new F-150. You buy your daughter a brand new this. What is 30 grand for tuition on your daughter when you making 5,000 a week? But when the black niggas try to do it, the immigrants trying to do it, it's all this regulation. It's all these problems. And then they will even start fucking your shit up so you don't go nowhere. They'll call the dudes at the shops that you go to as long as you're running under their authority. and they will pay them money to fuck your shit up, to run you out the business, to put you back in debt, for you to stay with them. This is American business 101. I'm tired of not talking no more. I'm tired of not speaking out. This life is not worth living if you're living on your knees. So I'm gonna stand on my feet and die as a man. And that's all it's about. And now they're trying to keep me out of work like they did Tupac moms. Every job you apply for, they cut your money because you talking the truth. Every fucking job you apply for, they make sure you can't keep it because you talking the truth. Because you see what's really going on out here, and they don't want you to understand. This motherfucking civil rights struggle ain't never fucking gonna die. You heard what the nigga from the Clipper said. It's my culture to be a racist, basically. So it's my culture to wear my hair. It's my culture to wear my tam. It's my culture to be Jamaican. I'm not coming here to be an American. I'm coming here because IMF has forced me to come here to make a living and run this wheel where I ain't gonna make shit. So don't tell me how to live. Don't tell me how to look. I'm not here to assimilate. I'm here to affiliate. If you fucking can take all the bitches and make them assimilate and act like they making it, that's their fault. And they not gonna program me. My mom's been wearing a brown wig forever. That shit is ugly and it's fucking fake. But as long as she's doing that, they're gonna look at her like she's trying to assimilate so we can manipulate her, because it's all your mental, people. It's only your mind. If you're trying to be something else that you're not, you already a slave. If you're a buffalo trying to be a leopard, you are a dumb motherfucking buffalo. So you are already a slave. Now I can take you and manipulate you because you already want to be something that you fucking ain't. These people understand this shit about psychology. When they see a strong person talking the truth, they try to kill you quick. They pay fucking Tupac. They gave him the fucking job on death row. And they gave him money. But in his heart, he still had to motherfucking talk the truth about Haitian Jack. And they send a lot of Haitian Jacks after me right now for I don't know what. But it's okay. Because I'm going to post it to the world. I'm not afraid no more. And when you're not afraid, they only put you in that box. What is living if you're living on your knees? All praises to the Most High. Today is the 12th of May, 2014, right? So they sat me down out here in Indiana, at Lake Station, Indiana, right? And I was telling you or mentioning that the biggest problem that it feel like is somebody tuned the motor down. Somebody did something electronic with the motor, so I don't get no performance out of any upgrades or whatever. And then they limited it to like 60 to 65 miles an hour. So anyway, I get in the truck this morning, started up after not starting it and running it nowhere since Friday. Today's Monday. All of a sudden, the shit is shifting smooth, and so far, and I got a load going out to Alabama, and it's like they're trying to be nice to me and shit. So we're gonna see on this whole trip what the performance is like on the motor, what the performance is like on the actual vehicle. All the videos that I've done so far, you saw the clutch was sticking the other day in Chicago. Now it's just so smooth. Look. It's just shifting so perfect now. I wonder who tuned it to be so perfect now. Somebody tuned it to be so perfect now. It had to be somebody tuned it to run fucked up, so that on my way up here, it runs fucked up. Okay, I'm on this property here in Gary, Indiana. I'm trying to get to gate 11 to get a steel coil. Watch this. Oh my goodness, you see how smooth that came out the flywheel? You see? So while I was inside of the Flying J, they had somebody tamper with the truck to fix it the way it's supposed to run with the computer. I'll do another video when I get on the highway after I pick this coil up. Alright, so I've been driving the truck today on the 12th. Man,
I don't know who got into it. Saturday, I think it was Saturday, I came to the truck and the door was unlocked. And then yesterday on Sunday, I was inside of the Flying J in Lake Station, Indiana, and this guy was there talking to me, trying to invite me to some homo baseball game, but he probably could have been there just to watch me to make sure I wasn't leaving, so somebody could twerk the engine a little bit. The clutch is engaging so smooth, it's like, damn, why it wasn't doing that since I got it, you know, back from affordable. And as you can see here, my top speed or cruising speed is like 55 miles an hour. When I bought the truck, I was cruising and getting the best gas mileage at 63 miles an hour. Now, and I mean, pressing the fuel, not pressing into it, but pressing the fuel, it was just at 63. If I press into it to try and get up there, see I'm wasting a lot of fuel and I'm burning out. See how the fuel gauge starts going down real fast? I'm pushing too hard to do it. Whereas before I was just pressing on the fuel just like this, and it was holding 63 miles an hour. Now when I just press the fuel, I'm holding 55 miles an hour the most. So maybe somebody tuned it up a little bit, and they don't want me to get much speed because they don't want me to make any money, but they don't want it to be too tuned down so that it disrupts the engaging of the shifter and the clutch and everything. So now for some particular reason, you saw the other videos, I was shifting and it was sticking and everything. All of a sudden they sit me down in Indiana from Friday until this morning, which is Monday morning. All of a sudden it shifts like butter. I don't know what game these people are playing, but we're gonna figure it out, right? Another small video. Today is May 13th, 2014. I'm in Lebanon Junction, Kentucky. I'm about to take off for the day. As soon as I made this video, probably people saw me on film doing the other video talking about the truck itself. All of a sudden it's engaging properly with the clutch and it's driving a little better. So it doesn't take for somebody to come up in here and know where to plug up the machine real quick, upload some better stats while I'm taking the shit, or go inside the truck stop, and then now it's running better. But that doesn't mean it didn't tell this fucker that affordable truck repair to still not cause this drip, okay, coming from the back of the motor. So I personally, with this truck, since I've had it, I haven't had to put any more than a half a quart of oil every fucking week to every 2 weeks, depending on how hard I run. If I ran hard up mountains and shit, I would have to put a quart of oil in it every 2 weeks. Okay, now it's looking like I'm gonna have to put, half a quart. Now it's looking like I'm gonna have to put a full quart minimum per week into the motor because of this drip right here. And then for some reason, I'm constantly seeing a drip right here by the oil pan, from under the oil pan. Now that could be just exhaust tube, which is looking like there, I can see it. But that drip from behind the pan is costing me now. Any dime that you can make by yourself, these people have calculated a way to take it back. Every form that you submit is 25 cents. Every mile that you do, they know where to cut you. Every distance you go, they know how to cut you on fuel miles. You're not gonna make any money in this business when these people don't want you to be an owner operator. And once you get your own shit, they'll call people and tell them to fudge you up. And then when you get fudged up now, it's costing you money. With a huge motor like this pulling loads, you calculate how much
an actual quart of oil is gonna be now. When I was in Wyoming talking to the guy at the TA, he asked me, he said, how much oil you have to put in your motor a week? I said, me? All I do is put like half a quart. He said, you lying. I said, no, I'm not lying. He said, brother, you got a good engine, man. Somebody took care of it. As long as you got to put a half a quart of oil a week, that means that that engine was taken care of. You don't find old style engines like this taken care of like that. Just keep putting Lucas in it, everything will be okay. So you do a quart of oil a week, that's not bad. Throwing some Lucas, that's not bad. And now look at that. And then you mean to tell me now I gotta be off the fucking road, bringing my shit back to affordable truck repair for them to fucking take back down the transmission, to take back down the motherfucking clutch, to fucking put sealant back on the rear cover, just to put all the shit back the fuck together again, just so I can drive again. It's like another fucking week or two of fucking downtime. But I'm gonna play the game. When you're truck driving, it doesn't matter if I stay in this business long or not. These companies are making at least 10 to 15,000 a week because they're booking the freight. Majority of the time, they're the customer and the shipper. You start a small logging company, steel company, whatever other company you want to start, and you get the trucking company to service that corporation. And when you get the trucking company to service that corporation, you save on money now because you're shipping your own shit to another corporation, but you're creating jobs by opening another corporation. And then you fucking pay the driver 20 fucking cents every fucking zip code he goes through while he's away from his family. That's rape. That's rape. So, because I got my shit going, and because I'm not afraid of doing videos, and somebody sees I'm doing them, oh, all of a sudden, the engine specs are kind of back to what they were before, but I still got this drip now, this drip problem. So what's happening is they see I'm doing videos. Everywhere you go, there's a spy. These people out here in these trucks, most of them are truck drivers, but since people been fucking with me, I'm realizing that a lot of these people are like detectives and shit. And they have CDLs, and that's how they make an extra $1. If you're a detective and they say, hey, we need you to follow this guy, whatever, you get one of these big trucks, they put up at the truck stop, and they just sit there watching everything you do. And when I was at Warner Enterprises, they said that, we had someone tell on somebody else on some bullshit, but it wasn't really telling. It was the fact that they be hiring private investigators to drive trucks to watch certain people that they want watched. So, this is where the world is going. Okay, you see how this is loose? See how this is loose? This shit never comes loose. It's loose. Somebody's loosened it so that it flies off the fucking truck. Let me fix this. Thank you. Y'all see the drip? Y'all see what goes on out here? I'll keep y'all posted. See, taking this little hill, why is the speed not going up? You understand me? Now, because I didn't have enough speed to climb, I'm declining in speed so quickly. I got a downshift now with a new clutch, right? But the point is, I started off climbing at 55 miles an hour. CRST trucks can go up to 68 miles an hour. Why is my truck looking like it's limited to 60 something miles an hour? Maybe 62, 63 miles an hour. When I first got the truck, I was pushing up to 65, no problem. I even pushed it to 68, and it touched 70. And then it cut back. So,
Why is it not really going past 65 now? Is it because I changed the clutch? Well, maybe they tuned it down before that, and I didn't know. So I could stop making money, so they didn't want to pay me. And then when the clutch started getting real bad, that's why I couldn't do over 50 miles an hour, period, before, because they tuned it down and the clutch was bad. Now that the clutch is good, see it's picking up. We'll see. Once it gets around 60, it kind of tops out, like a company truck. Just hit 65 mile an hour. On my way down to Talladega, Alabama. And I feel a heavy vibration on the bottom end of the motor when I got up to 65, as though it was about to fucking start breaking apart. Like, see that speed? I'm feeling it. Heavy vibration at the bottom of the motor. Real heavy. Like somebody loosened some shit at the bottom. Heavy vibration. It's chilly this morning. Trying to make the best of the cool air, and push it as hard as I can with the cool air. Once the temperature gets hot and the air filter sucking in pure hot air, I'm gonna have to cut it back to 55 miles an hour. See if I can feel that vibration again and get it witness on the camera. Right now it's driving. I put Lucas in there. That's the only reason why the engine is flowing so well, because I put Lucas. And I'm getting these speeds because I have a 35,100 pound coil, but I put it about an inch or two forward. I'm feeling that vibration real heavy at 65. Before, I never got a vibration in the bottom of the motor at 65 like this. It's very heavy, that vibration. So when you put the load closer to the front of the vehicle, the weight of the load will also help you and carry you, down the mountains and shit. So I'm getting a lot of these speeds also because of the weight of the load helping me move forward down the slopes, and I'm using that momentum to carry me up and down. So you'll see the speed is higher than it has been normally. Vibration and a vibration. Never got that vibration before. Let's see if we can get it one more time. We're about to go down a little slope there. Not even pressing the gas. What the fuck did the dude at Affordable Truck Repair do to my truck? So once again, there's no reason to drop an oil pan to change a clutch. No reason at all. Once you get to the back, the rear cover will butt up against the oil pan. Take the cover off, unscrew some screws and shit, pry that bitch off, clean it up, take out the rear main seal, clean it up, put sealant on the area you're gonna put the seal back in, pop the seal back on, and then you put sealant around the cover, push that bitch on, and then put the screws back on. I don't understand how fucking hard that is. But then you're gonna tell me you gotta drop the oil pan. You didn't have to drop the oil pan. As I said before, they told them to fuck up the motor. If I got money, I can fix the transmission. If I got money, I can fix the clutch. But if you fucking, when I was in Wyoming, I got an oil change and I put an entire gallon of fucking Lucas. Plus Delvac, which I did not know has Lucas. It was so slippery, it felt like a dick in a pussy with a shitload of motherfucking water-based lubricant. I couldn't even press the fucking gas and the motor go without vroom, vroom. It took about 1,000 to 2,000 miles before the oil actually just felt like good slippery oil. Like you just added a little Lucas in it. And that's what carried me from fucking Nebraska and Wyoming all the way to fuck back down here and been getting me around by saving the motor. So all you gotta do is go through the records and say, hey, he got an oil change. Everything I do has to go through the company. And when they see, shit, he bought a gallon of Lucas, this motherfucker's not dumb. Okay? He knows how to take care of his machine. So what we're gonna tell a guy at Affordable to drop the pan and clean out all that good lubricated oil, put in some dirty shit, tell him that he got an oil change, and then send him on his way. Well, first of all, motherfuckers, when I got my first oil change ever on this truck with your company, what did I do? I got 9 gallons of brand new fresh Delvac motor oil. And then I got 1 full gallon of Lucas oil in my shit. So why the fuck would the guy just go ahead and do an oil change for free, quote unquote for free, even though he charged $120 for transmission fluid, which I have yet to verify that he put enough transmission fluid in the fucking engine. I mean, in transmission. And then, if I went ahead and got 9 fresh gallons of oil, 1 gallon of Lucas, and put all that shit in on the oil change, why would he go do an oil change for free and then give me it back with black oil, saying that's a change, and no Lucas? Why drop the oil pan unless you want to clean out all that good shit? You don't want no Lucas, none of that good Delvac that I pay for in the motor. You want some rusty, dirty oil he put in there after he probably loosened some of my bearings, right, for the motor to fuck up, so that the motor's extra stressed, it's not lubricated properly, and when I start driving it with the clutch fix, quote unquote, the motor goes bad. These are devils. When you have to go to fucking work every day, and your job, your quote unquote job, is to fucking find ways to fuck somebody over and nickel and dime them every minute, you're just a fucking asshole. There's enough money in circulation for everybody to make a good dollar based on what they do. You work at fucking McDonald's, you know you at $7.25, $8.50 an hour. You're not gonna nickel and dime that bastard. You're already doing it through taxation and all this other gay shit. Social Security and blah blah FICA. Right? But you're not gonna nickel and dime them. He's only already making $8.50. In this trucking world, they know you ain't making much. You're just making enough. And it's, like I said, designed to hold back people getting in the business now, knowing how much money is in it, from making the money and keeping it. Because all the old white fogies who've been dominating the business for the past 80 years, they're getting out. And they've made their 100,000, 200,000, 300,000 and walking away with owning 400 acres, 1,000 acres of land. the regulations are for the immigrants, the newcomers, so you don't make any money. So it's all white supremacy. So the big companies don't have a problem nickel and diming you. Every page that you send in is 25 cents. Let's call and get this shit fucked up. Let's do all this homo shit because we just don't want these people making any money. It's not that there's not enough money. And then they form contracts and bonds with each other through contract law to take your money. They would rather me pay $700 in my profit, give it back to the gas company, the diesel fuel aisles, because they have a contract together to feed each other, than for me to go home and give my son a better life. What's not making sense to me is it's pushing, it'll get up to 60, and now that the engine computer is getting used to the speeds that I'm going, I'm pushing, I'm burning a lot of fuel to get it to do this too, you know, or at least to get it up to speed. But watch, I just want you to see, okay, I'm going down a little slow. It's running, and then as soon as I get to a little slow, right, it cuts back so fast, it's ridiculous. Gliding down, no fuel. I'm gonna try and hold 60, right? This should be fast enough. But this ain't that steep. Okay, that's steep enough. Look, that's not steep. This is not a steep mountain, right? Look how it goes down. Pressing it, now it ain't that steep, right? Watch this. Okay. This is not steep. It's not a mountain now. This is just a hill. Look. Pressing, and it's just, now it's overheating. Alright, look. I want to know why it keeps automatically just, once it touches a little hill, it automatically just loses power. What could that be? What could that be? Alright, look, it's not even a steep hill, look. It's just a little hill. It's not even a hill, it's just fucking slant. A road. But it just automatically starts dropping. And then makes the temperature go up. I'm gonna try and change the coolant and all that shit, but I don't think changing the coolant and all that shit is gonna stop that sudden drop in speed at all. Something with the underside of the motor. Something with it. It's not right. I thought it was the injectors, but the injectors, they seem to be performing. I thought it was the turbo, but the turbo kicks in. So what would be stopping it or making it lose so much power just on a slight incline? I'm going to do it again with the engine brake on. Then, people are assholes. They don't understand trucks. You're in the fucking fast lane, right? You're going down the hill. Stay in the fucking fast lane. What you do, you cut off a truck weighing a minimum of 40,000 pounds, right? Cut that shit off and to sit in front of it. That's like stupid as shit. Look how fast this shit. It's not going fast, but kind of motor shaking at 65. Remember we were talking about that rumble at 65? That rumble at 65. As though something's wrong with the bottom end of the motor. We got a little incline coming up. Let's see what happens. That was a long stretch down. So I got momentum to get back up. And then you always have dickheads like this. They're driving trucks. They see them coming, but they don't slow down. See? Because they think that you have the power they have with the truck. And then you have people like this who don't give a fuck about truck drivers, right? They just keep coming down like you're driving a car. And then in a truck, it takes forever to fucking pick up if shit is not going nowhere. Because you're towing. Oh, y'all saw it. I'll show it to a mechanic or some shit. I don't know. See how fast those guys pass me? They're not even going fast, but they're going steady. Why am I not going steady? Why am I always a slowpoke? I need that fixed. Look what affordable truck repair did to my truck at 65 miles an hour. See that rumble? They fucked up something underneath the underside of the motor. You see how the rumble is being affected? Reflected at the windshield wiper. I'm pressing it all down. See if I can go past 65. won't go past 65 mile an hour. That's 67, 65, 65 mile an hour. It's limited. Look, pressing it all in now. All fuel, 65 cap. That's 65. Capped at 65 mile an hour. Who capped it at 65 when it was capped at 68 when I first got it? Who capped my truck at 65? Maybe that's where the rumble's coming from. Because it can't pass 65. But you gotta think about it. If it was capped at 68 when I got it, how did it get capped at 65? I never brought it to the freight liner dealer to get capped. And then why is it still rumbling so hard? It should just chill. You know what I mean? Okay, well, so we can't pass 65. It should be going, but it wouldn't start rumbling like something's wrong with the crankshaft. Watch. Like the crankshaft is wobbling too hard. I ain't gonna make it up this hill at 65. Get it up to 65 unless I press into it real hard and waste fuel. And then by the time it gets to 65, won't go anywhere. Never sounded like that before. Even if it lost power, it still went up even if it lost power, it never had that deep that deep shake. Never had that before. So somebody can say, well, it's because you changed your clutch to a clutch with more foot-pounds of torque. Well, if that's the case, and that torque was being transferred by the motor, then it would still be going up with less stress. But it's still going up with stress and rumbling hard. Whereas before it would go up with stress but never rumble. So I feel affordable truck repair, there's something to the underside of the motor to reduce my underpower. Or lower the bottom end power. That's what they call it, bottom end power, where you get torque. So I've received it. I'm supposed to get more torque out of the clutch. But if you do something to the bottom end of the motor, the torque is never gonna be expressed, or the motor is gonna burn itself out and go bad soon. Because you're trying to get more torque out of it, but the motor itself can't produce it anymore. Because something happened to the bottom end power. That deep rumble, never had it before. Unless it is the clutch trying to produce the torque, and the motor is not. The question now is, why is the motor not? They fucked it up. CRST told them to mess up my truck. That's what happens when you work for big companies. Just seen a police vehicle. All of there's a black one. Right before mile marker 141. I'm driving the truck. He starts to take off once he sees me, and then he has his lights on, flashing. Then he shuts them off and then flies up the interstate. That's the type of shit that been going on since I've been driving. Like, they'll be parked right here on the side of the road by themselves and nobody pulled over. And then once they see me, they take off and fly ahead of me. Mile marker 141 is a black Chevy Blazer or Chevy truck. And it just took off once I got once it got in my way. It had its lights on and everything, pulled over to the side. And then as soon as I got next to it, it took off and it pulled out. Still had his lights on, and then just flew up the interstate. This is Alabama I-20. It's like the camshaft wants to pop right out the motor. Watch. Or the bearing's gonna pop off the camshaft. Let it get up to 65 miles an hour. Look at how that vibrates. Look at how that windshield wiper's vibrating. Like a motor can't even take 65 miles an hour. Like something's loose in the motor causing such a vibration at 65 miles an hour. They did something, they told them to fuck up my motor at Affordable Truck Repair. They told them to mess up my motor at Affordable Truck Repair so that I could be knocked out the business. Fix the clutch so that when you get paid, it's justifiable, or fuck up the motor. That way he can't say you didn't put the new clutch in, you got paid for your service. Look how it's slow now. But there's no bottom end power. And now the only thing carrying the vehicle and carrying the freight is the clutch. And the fact that it has all that torque, the high torque spec, that's the only thing pulling it. Other than that, the motor is gonna go. So I fixed the transmission, I fixed the clutch. They got the guy at Affordable Truck Repair to mess up the bottom end of the motor by dropping the oil pan and messing with it. Maybe just like loosening them so that they're not too torque to spec. If you loosen the main bearings, not the main bearings, but the rods, if you loosen the bolts on that hold the rods onto the crankshaft, then you'll get a vibration like that in the motor. See if we'll get it one more time before I shut the camera. I'm afraid. I'm trying to do this to take care of my family, but there's some dangerous people that don't want me making any money. It's not even about truck driving. It's about me making any money, and they'll go to any length to destroy me, even if I'm not doing anything wrong. Watch that vibration. It's so bad. How it's vibrating. It's like the motor wants to blow up. The only reason it's not blowing up. The only reason it's not blowing up is because I put the Lucas in it before I took off in Kentucky this morning. That's like the only thing that's saving this motor right now is Lucas oil. That's allowing it to keep turning without so much friction that it just feels like it's gonna blow up or snap. So now I need motor work now on the truck. It's okay. Thanks for watching again. God bless. Fucking company lied to me. Talking about they don't have any loads out of a whole state of Illinois and a whole state of Indiana yesterday coming down south. Nothing. They didn't have anything coming down south on Friday, which is bullshit. If they had a load and I picked it up at 3 o'clock on Friday, I would have been down here yesterday dropping the load off. But they want me to stay out as long as possible so that they can collect a fee for the trailer, and so they can keep fucking with me and I keep working without getting paid. Like the guy Lane said, how do you keep a poor man down? You keep him working without paying him. Last week I applied for a job. They said they will hire me. They asked for references. They got the references back. Now that they got the references back, all of a sudden the guy's trying to send me back up to Illinois from where I'm at now. I just drove down to Lincoln, Alabama, right outside of Talladega, Alabama. I'm about to drop off this steel coil right here that I fucking nicely loaded to the truck. Where's the mirror? And tarped. I gotta take off my tarp, take the coil off, get everything ready, come back up to the truck stop. He wants me to take a load from here up to Illinois. So his objective is to keep me running out on the road to pay him more and more and more money and constantly be in debt and not get no money. What type of devils do this shit for a living? If I knew that that was my job every day to fucking screw somebody out of money and nitpick every penny on somebody, I would have to kill myself or quit. And that's why I quit being a social worker, because I got tired of working in a broken system, teaching the children they're dumb, teaching the children they're the problem, teaching the children they ain't no better than their parents. And it ain't me, but it's the psychologists saying this shit. These quote-unquote educated psychologists reiterating the past instead of showing these people a new future. Then when I go there and I'm trying to show people a new future, go to Job Corps, your whole future is ahead of you. You got a better life. What do? Oh, my psychological evaluation says that I'm not shit because of my dad. And then they stay in this fucking cycle of suffering. But I'm the bad guy because I try to help people. I'm the bad guy because I try to teach people that life, every day is new. Every minute is a new day. Yeah, every minute is a new day. Because every minute you can change the past. Every minute you can create a new future. But I understand, see, for niggas, that's bullshit. You're supposed to stay in the city, doped up. You're supposed to always do the wrong when that's all you can do. When you do wrong, they complain, and even when you call the Father's name, it's the same what they want us to do. They'll lock up Malone for being a devout Muslim and showing niggas the way to Allah. They'll kill Big L because Big L was talking to people and telling them that the street life is garbage. They'll hate on anybody who's trying to elevate black people or people from the urban areas or black-minded individuals, because these people, for the most part, with Caucasoid skin, who live out in the country, their objective is to protect their interests, which is to keep the cities working and paying all the taxes for their lifestyle. While they live around, they paying fucking $200, $300-$400 a year for 50, 60 acres of property. They fucking got their brand new car. They always working on a new engine. Whatever they make is profits. They living in a place where fucking income tax is low. And then they got everything. They enjoying being an American. Why can't everybody here in America enjoy the American way? Why is it only for certain people? And then when you try to enjoy it, you get discriminated against. When you're trying to enjoy it, you're not supposed to be here. They sent me down here to Talladega, Alabama for what? Who's in Talladega? I do a search, it says federal prison in Talladega. Why are they sending me to a place where there's a federal prison for? And it's the only load that they got since for Monday. This is Chicago, Indiana. You got Gary, Indiana. You got U.S. Steel. U.S. Steel had a load coming from there, probably going to Georgia, somewhere. But they're not going to give it to me. They want me to come here. Because I'm supposed to run out of fuel money in order for me to not be able to get back there. These are devils. People trying to get you into trouble. People who are trying to play games. How many days am I going to be driving down the highway just doing my fucking job, and then they're going to have an unmarked car with lights flashing, motherfucking, when they see me or after they see me. And then as soon as they see me and I get next to them, they fucking go speed off. How many days? How many days they're going to keep doing this garbage, this harassment tactics? This harass arrest tactics for? What is these people's problem? You be the judge. You be the judge. They hate on black people. They hate on what you like. If they know you well, they hate on what you like. They don't like Mexicans, they're going to outlaw chiles. So every Mexican is a bad guy because he likes chiles. But they like the Mexican now because the Mexican is the new nigga. You charge them less, pay them less, and get more. But sooner or later, they're going to outlaw chiles and whatever else they like, and they start locking them up for just eating hot peppers because it's their culture. After you built their Dallas and Fort Worth and their North Dakota and built their Kansas and built their Oklahoma, there's no need for you no more. Just like the black man has built the White House and built the D.C. and built all the Detroit, built the New York, the South. People be out in Charleston, South Carolina, they didn't know their history. It was black Africans that came from Africa that they brought here, and they admired their work and their workmanship and masonry so much that they had to get the black Africans to come here to build houses and shit. It's like, damn, how did you do that? But now they living in these places and niggas ain't shit. All praises be to the Most High Creator. All praises be. Father in heaven, these people are encamped about me, trying to kill me, trying to set me up. It's like they hate you when you're doing wrong, but when you do well and they do good, they hate you even more. It's like Tupac said, I don't want to smoke weed no more. I don't want to do all this shit no more. I don't want to be a part of this negative image. And then you become more of a hated person by these people. When you're doing it, they want to arrest you for it. They want to lock you up. They want to do all this stuff. But when you stop doing it, they even hate you more. Which shows that they want to reinforce the negatives. So you're going to lose either way. What type of person wants to destroy you, whether you do good or bad? I don't know. Y'all be the judge. And then when your children see the hypocrisy in white supremacy, when your children see the hypocrisy of this American system and they go take crystal meth, you don't understand why your daughter's deranged, why your son is on drugs. Because he knows the truth. He relates to the slaves, but he has to act like he's not. He has to engage in the white supremacy. Or she has to engage in the white supremacy, and then they get lost. There's no reason for no white people to walk around the ghetto, drug-infested neighborhoods other than the fact that they don't like being white. And they give up their right to be white. And they just stay high all day because that's what blacks do. That's all they can do, man. May the Almighty bless my children. May the Almighty bless all y'all children. May the Almighty come down with some reality. Maybe it is going to be Jesus to save us. Because if we don't have a Savior, we're not going to be saved. I've tried to save myself, it ain't working. I try to save others, it ain't working. And the way it's looking, like Bob Marley said, ain't no use. No one can stop them now. So if no one can stop them now, it has to only be a Savior, or a true Savior to stop them. And I do pray that it is Yahshua. Because what has a beginning does have an end. Every life has a beginning, every life has an end. Therefore, this whole system has a beginning, this whole system has an end. There must be an end. To this universe, to this galaxy, to this whole timeline of space continuum. Let the Most High be praised and save us from this tyranny that these people engage in. If not in this world, then in the next. Inshallah, to all Christians, may the Father of all be upon you. To all Muslims, Assalamu alaikum. Assalamu assalam. This is the world we live in, and they running me out the trucking business. They basically giving me a signed warning. If I go basically go work for this guy, they're gonna do some shit to me. That's the game. You stick with us, and you keep running around not doing shit. You quit, or you go work for this guy to make money, and then we fucking plan some shit on you, and then we send you to the prison because you didn't want to quit making a living for your family. And if I quit this now, and I go back to my mother's house, and she wants money for her rent, and I can't pay her, then what am I gonna do? Be a nigga? Start holding up stores? Or what am I supposed to do? Steal cars like the 3 dudes in Newark last December of 2013? And go to prison for that because of what? Because of a lack of ability? Then they say, nigga, pull yourself up by your bootstraps. Nigga, go do this. Nigga, you got opportunity. And when niggas take opportunity, they only want to give it to house niggas. And then they go get the house nigga to fucking set you up. They get the house nigga to put the cuff on you. They go always call on that house nigga. Tom. Father of all, please save us. They lock up Marcus Garvey till he was a terrorist. They lock up Malcolm X. They kill his ass. They kill fucking King because he started to understand the purpose of nonviolence. Once X was murdered, King got mad because he saw that these people have no mercy. Even if some schoolgirls in Alabama go. But no. Once X was murdered, the king started to change. He got more political. And all these people were quote-unquote terrorists for helping black people get out the ghetto, for driving around and seeing how whites live all around this country. That's when Marcus Garvey changed his mind. That's when Brandon started changing his mind. When I started to go around the country and see how these people live, they don't have to have a lot of money. They own this country. What you need money for when you got white power? And now they're going to use their white power to destroy me. So that messages like this don't get out. So the videos like this don't get out. And they're going to threaten my livelihood from me raising my son and giving him a bike and giving him acreage. Because of their white power, supremacy agenda. Pray for me, brothers and sisters. I just wrote the Commander Zero album to keep it real. And I get followed by national security and homeland security and all this shit. I can't get on the Greyhound. I must be a threat for standing up for black people, for exposing the truth of IMF guidelines. I learned that in college. Why don't you go lock up my professor? Our white ass taught me what you doing. I'm just talking about what I learned in college. Now I'm a terrorist because I talk about what I've learned in school? So what is school for? May the Father of all have mercy upon us. Because even though it's a beautiful day, it's a fucked up nightmare. And Malcolm X was right. We have not experienced the American dream. We've only experienced the American nightmare. You don't sell the dope, the property value doesn't go down so they can come back and reclaim. They'll send the whites in your neighborhood and sell the dope, and they will get all the money. And as long as the whites are making the money, it's okay. But then when the blacks sit around and say, why is this dude driving over here making all this money, driving this fancy shit, got a nice house over there, and he's coming to my neighborhood doing dirt, and he's fucking living a good life, and the police not doing shit about it, and the government's not doing shit about it. So I might as well do it too. Then you do it, then they arrest you still. It's like they're preying upon you to be a piece of shit. You do good, you still ain't gonna be shit. You do bad, you still a piece of shit, no matter what you do. And then they'll have some Uncle Tom lawyer, black lawyer, or some Uncle Tom black judge to turn around and say, look how I've made it. These niggas are grassroots problems. Woe unto ye hypocrites and parasites. Woe. I don't have to sell drugs because I understand what it's doing to my people's brains. I don't have to smoke marijuana and reefers because it's not addictive, number one, and number two, all you're going to do is use it to put me in the box. Once you start doing right things, but you understand the truth, you're still a threat to these people. When you're still helping people and supporting black pride and black business, they don't want that. Because they're hypocrites and they're parasites. There's something about the black man, the black culture, not black as in African, but colored, that is a destruction to whoever these people are. And they have to destroy you, whether you're Vietnamese, Korean, African, East Indian, West Indian, South America. They have to destroy you, dominate you, step on you, for the glory of their own empire, the Greek Empire, the Roman Empire. Like the synagogue of Satan leader says, his objective is to come here and to recreate the great Roman Empire of homosexuality, man love. This is what they want here. Who are these people? God bless us all. Please, this is a video reaching out to people so that they can see that I'm being attacked. I've been under attack for years now, and I'm seeing it. And it's not stopping. All I'm trying to do is provide for my family. If I get up and I talk about what's going on, then I'm a terrorist because I'm being a Black Panther, quote unquote. But then I shut my mouth and I get a truck and start working to take care of my family.
And they still stop me from doing that. So what am I supposed to do? This is eugenical science, people. Eugenics. They're gonna destroy you by continuing to give your bitch a job and give your bitch a car and give your bitch $100,000-$300,000 a year until the point where she got her long dildo and she don't need you no more. And they're gonna use her to commit genocide upon her own people. And then another 15 generations down, there ain't gonna be no black males. Because all of them went to prison or died. And they're gonna be all these black women, and then they're gonna breed them out. That's the plan. It's a long-term plan. Because there's gonna be all these horny bitches around after. Good black pussy to fuck. Like the olden days. And to breed. Black woman, wake up. Cultured woman, wake up. Colored woman, wake up. Because when your man is gone, you're going to have to be bred out. All your genetics. Look at Al Billick's video. He said in the future there was no colors. It's only white people in the future. Why? Because y'all glory in your jobs, in your car, in your bank account. You don't glory in your man. And follow the first commandment, which is to... This trailer's good. Returning it. At the Atlanta drop yard, UT206T. Got the bulkhead, no damage. Taking my equipment though. Lights work. No problems with the actual skateboard itself. Alright. I've been taking my equipment from out of there. ABS light works. All lights in the rear work. Tires, doing good. Another ABS.